Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has issued a code red air quality alert Friday for Middlesex and Mercer counties in New Jersey. A code red air quality alert means that air pollution concentrations within the region are unhelpful for the general population.
Hey, pick up this crap over here. Crap. What is crap?
Activity or exercise outdoors. For more information on ground level ozone and fine particles, visit http://www.state/.newjersey. The New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection has issued a code red air quality air quality alert means that air pollution concentrations within the region are unhelpful for the general population.
Let me get some water.
Effects of air pollution can be minimized by avoiding strenuous activity or exercise outdoors. For more information on
I'm just letting it roll tonight.
visit http://www.
I just came back from Nathan's. Had a juicy hot dog.
Here is the official National Weather Service.
www.
Tonight.
Anyways, right there.
Smoke. Lows in the lower 70s.
What's the forecast? Smoke. Nothing but smoke. Anyway. Yeah, it's temporary. So the west antenna is coming from the window. You already know that. So it has a splitter. So of course one is going through the 3 antenna switch to this radio. So the other one, I set the combiner down here. So I just did that. And then I use one of these cables. I split it. You see this one? This was a red and a white one. I split it. Because, of course, you need these. These are old. It's just I left the other one upstairs. These are old. These are old. I just don't wear them because, I don't wear them because they kind of fit me tight right here. So, yeah, I mean, they're nice, but, Anyway, so, the stereo one, because this is what I use for the weather radio, the RCA connector. So I just split it. So that one is there. So this is a spare one. So there's just a spare cable. So there's an adapter there. There's a F connector adapter to RCA female, and then the wire goes into the radio. Because this radio, you need one of these for the external. I don't know why they still use RCA for antennas. This is like old stuff. So yeah, I see you guys are I booted up the radio about an hour ago. So I'm just gonna relax tonight. I was cleaning the yard earlier. I was sweeping. I picked up the yard. It's a lot cleaner now. I watered down the whole yard because just to get rid of that, it was dry. All these days it's been hot. So cool down the yard. I watered all the plants and everything. And then my wife and we went to buy some food. So we went to, first we went to Chinese buffet, bought a whole bunch of takeout. So, and then of course we went to Nathan's, and of course I got me a nice hot dog with everything on it. I just ate that and with some fries. Oh my God, I'm full. So I'm just picking up over here. I'm actually fixing up this side over here. Remember, I swapped the monitors. So now I have the speakers I want on the floor. I put the speakers here because the speaker in this radio sucks. I had to put my speakers. So, and I'm still using a $10 webcam. So yeah, so this is what you use. So anyway, I have this one on KWO35. Yeah, I put everything on it. Well, the one I bought from Nathan's was a chili cheese dog. So it already had. Yeah. So it was already a chili cheese dog. So it had chili and melted cheese. And then I put, so they put onion. Yeah. No, this one is loaded. So this one they put onion. Because that's gonna put onion. The red onion, regular white onion, the red onion, the sauce, sauerkraut, and then of course I put mustard and ketchup. So I put everything on it. The only thing I don't put is relish. I used to like relish a little bit. But I'm not crazy about relish on hot dog. But everything else, I love the onions. Of course, mustard ketchup. Who doesn't have mustard and ketchup on their burger? I mean, on their hot dog. And then, of course, sauerkraut. Sauerkraut is awesome. I love sauerkraut. So this is just an extra wire. I have a whole bunch of these. I have like a million of these all over the place. So I was just looking for this. I went upstairs and I found it. I was like, oh my God, I found it. I found this one. So I split it. It was, why? So I just split it. You put them apart. And I split it. I don't want to connect one and leave the other one hanging on the side. Speaking of dry, we are on a, I don't know. We haven't had a lot of rain this summer so far. We haven't had a lot of rain. I mean, we had like wind, but we haven't had a lot of rain. Like my basement hasn't been like water in the basement. So we haven't had a lot of rain. So we might be there too. We might be level 2 or something, Chicopee. And by the way, hello, Chicopee. Hello, Tasso. Jaco, we haven't had a lot of rain. I mean, now that you mention it, we haven't had a lot of rain. Like, we had a little rain here and there, but not like, not like heavy rain. We haven't had heavy rain in a while, especially in the summer. We haven't had any heavy rain. That's right. Because here too, we haven't had heavy rain. Yeah. So yeah. So you're getting some Philly Tropo. Yeah, last night too it was like that. Last night, I can switch it to the West Antenna if you want to hear some more Philly stuff. Right now it's on the New York, it's on the 4 element. I can switch it to the West one. Matter of fact, I'll switch it. There you go. I switched it over. I switched it to the West. But yeah, I was getting some last night, Philly Tropo. I was hearing 106, 106.1, but I didn't get no RDS on that one. I was hearing a few stations. I was hearing a few stations. Yeah, so right now this one is connected to the West Antenna, as you can see. You can see the external. I got it plugged in, but I got the batteries in it too. So.
Time is at 10:40 Thursday, 11:32 p.m. Friday. Low tide is at 4:43 p.m. Thursday.
And then of course I got my disc home with my scanner. So if I turn that on, that's on another weather station.
Low tide is at 8:21
Actually, it's on the same one.
4 a.m. Friday.
Well, let me switch that.
Reduce the risk of adverse health effects. People who may be especially sensitive to the effects.
No, I haven't gotten that one yet. Tasso.
Very young and those with pre-existing respiratory problems such as asthma or heart disease.
I haven't gotten that one yet.
Those with him and 79 Edtrick.
Oh, what happened?
The wind was stable at 6. New York Gov/NYQI. Hotline at 800-535.
Yeah, because 99.1 is what? What I get on 99.1? That's because that one I get what did I get on that one? Star 90. Yeah, I get I get that one. Star, yeah, that's the one I get. WAWZ. Yeah, I get that strong. Yeah, 99.1 star. That's the one from New Jersey. So I get the one from New Jersey. On all three of them. All three of them, I get that one. So on all three antennas, I get that one. No, I get it strong. on all three of them. All three of my antennas pick up WA, WZ. From Zerapath, I forgot what's the name of the place. Zerapath, New Jersey, something like that. It's like near Dover or something. It's like how many miles? You know. Anyway, that's the one I pick up. I pick up that one, Jersey. So yeah, I haven't picked up WPLR from Connecticut. I mean, I could probably pick it up if I rotate the antenna, pointed directly there. I could probably pick it up. Because it's getting it, you know, because my antenna is even the halo is pointing northwest, so I'm getting most of the. Oh, you get it too, but not that strong. Yeah. Well, you're in Queens, so yeah. And I'm right next to the Hudson. That's another thing. I'm right next to the Hudson. Hudson River is like it's a little over a mile away, the Hudson River. So I'm right next to the Hudson River. So that's another reason. I'm right next to the Hudson. So I have that body of water. That's why I get the Poughkeepsie stations straight up there. It goes right up the river. The other station, Ossining, New York, I get that one. I get that station. It's something to be said about body of water. Helps with the DX. Yeah, I know. You're closer to Long Island than I am, so you know. You're closer to Long Island. Yeah, hello McRibs. Hello McRib 78. Yeah, I'm Alpine is right there. It's right over the. Yeah, you must be able to see the Armstrong Tower in Alpine. Yeah, it's right there. Alpine is right. You know, when I hit that corner, when I go down the block and I hit that corner, I can see Alpine. I can see the mountains. I can see the mountains right there. From the corner, I see the mountains already for Alpine. So I can see Alpine from right here. I'm right next to the river. So you see, I get the Alpine repeater. You know the repeater? I get the Alpine repeater like nothing. I'm probably on right. Oh, it's Thursday night. Boy, it's already 10 o'clock. It's probably on right now, Alpine repeater. Yeah. But of course, I get WKJY stronger than you since I'm closer. Yeah. Man, I would love to get Montauk. All the way out there in Eastern Long Island, all the way out there in Long Island, but maybe one day I'll switch one of my antennas. Maybe one day I'll switch one of my antennas. I'll point it, boom, right? I'll try to point it into Montauk. See if I can get a bunch of Long Island stations. Because there's a few Long Island stations. I know there's a couple of more Long Island. I know there's a few of them. The other day I got BLI. 106.1, right? I did get BLI. I caught that one. But I should have did a screenshot. I didn't do a screenshot. But I picked it up the other day. BLI, I was picking it up. So that's Patchogue, the same, right? BLI's Patchogue. The same thing as WALK. Walk FM. It's the same thing, Patchogue. So BLI, I picked it up on 106.1. Yeah. So you saw my video that I put on the. Yeah, I saw the catches. Chicopee Radio. I got in WPLR before in Chicopee, Massachusetts by nulling out strong WLZX laser 99.3 Northampton, Massachusetts. Yeah, BLI. And W255DL 98.9, and WHYNAM 560 Springfield, Massachusetts. Yeah. I got the rarest ID in my area. W251CT 98.1 and WHLL AM 1450 Springfield. Cool. McRibs, there's a bunch of. Okay, you're talking McRibs, there's a bunch of repeaters up there. Which one are you monitoring? No, I hear the. I forgot the call sign. Anyway, it's Alpine. It's the one in Alpine. It's I mean, I could try to. Let me see if I could try to pick it up. Let me see. Let me try. I'll turn on the scanner. It's on 70 centimeters. Let me see. Let me go to band. Let me go to 70 centimeter band. I got the AC on, so it's a little humid in here. Hopefully it doesn't make no noise. I don't have the fan on, so. Right here. Okay. Let me hold it. Yeah, that's it. 433. 433.9. Then that's the Alpine one. Hello, James Farley. I know nobody's talking, but that's the Alpine one, I believe. Let me double check. I'll tell you the call sign. Let me double check. All right here. Oh, that's 433. No, never mind. No, that's not it. That's not it. Let me keep on. My bad. My bad. Sorry. That's not it. Sorry. It's 440. I have 6.
Lima India Romeo.
442. Right here. That's it.
Nassau County, Long Island.
All right, so this guy. Yeah, my bad. So it's K2FJ 442.9.
Okay, you've got an interesting call being out there on Long Island.
So that's the Alpine repeater.
Okay. Very good. Okay. We've got Dave, KD2, ZRF. Thanks, Dave, for coming in. And W2LIR from Long Island. Okay, very interesting call sign. Okay, we'll do it one more time. This is K3 CBI. Call by any means from K3 CBI. $10.30. K3 CBI.
That's an Alpine.
Billing to HT, no traffic.
Hang on, let me pick up over here. I'll let it play for a bit.
Okay, John, thanks for coming in. N2HT, no traffic. Thank you very much, John, for coming in. Okay. You started with me this morning. You're ending with me tonight. Okay. I'll catch you in the morning, bud. Okay. I want to thank everyone for coming in. I want to thank the owners and operators of this network for all the time and effort they put in. Greatly appreciated. Okay. The next net session will be tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. The next
evening. I understand there was some rain down south, much needed rain.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
No injuries ensued, but what I saw on YouTube or whatever, Facebook, got a deluge down there in the southern part of Ocean County. So hopefully people are drying out from that.
Oh, this coax.
Okay. Everyone, take care. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Catch you all tomorrow.
I'm just loaded with coax. I'm loaded with coax. LMR 400, so heavy. LMR 400. Yeah, LMR 400. It's heavy. This is 75 feet. 75 feet LMR 400. I don't know what to do with it. I'm just putting it away. I might use it on my fiberglass whip. I'm just cleaning up over here. I'm bundling it up. It's so thick that I don't have a tie wrap that can wrap this up. Putting it over here for now. Putting it back here. Trying to find a spot for it. I'm overloaded with coax. Okay, I can't put it there because I don't want to hit. I don't want to. Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna have to wrap this up with a tie wrap, and then I'll leave it over here for now. I'll leave it right here for today. Where can I put this at? Put it right there for now. No, I have a long tie wrap that I can use it. But I don't want to do it right now because I need to make it. I want to do it right now because that thing is like, because the way I store it is I put it in, I turn it into a circle, and I put a tie wrap here and a tie wrap here, and that's it. So it doesn't come out. So I'm not going to use it anytime soon. It's still good. I had that one for my, what I had for? Oh, I had it back there. I had it for my end fed. But I don't. It's not necessary. I had bought that originally for my MFJ T86 loop when it was on the roof, but it was overkill when I bought that. So I'm gonna save that one for my 2 meter, 70 centimeter fiberglass whip. I'm gonna save it for this one. But right now that project is on hold because this is why I'm here too. I mean, I got to make an announcement. Yeah, so I got to put that on hold because I think I already mentioned it, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm going to do probably one more live stream, and then I'm not going to do a live stream for a while. Well, I'll probably do one anyway. What am I saying? But I'm going to rearrange everything. I was upstairs in the room yesterday, and I was looking at the shelving, and I said, you know what? I'm going to go back to the way I started my channel. So that TV is gone. All that is gone. I'm going to bring back the shelving here. I'm going to put one here, one there. I might eliminate all of this and put one here and one there. It's gonna be crazy. The TV is gonna wind up all the way on the other wall, just for me to watch TV. And if I need to watch something from over there, I can watch without showing, The data center, I don't know what's gonna happen to that. It might go to the other room. I really wanted to keep it here, but I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna bring that stuff down. I want to bring that stuff. I miss it. I was looking at it last night, and I was like, damn. I miss having my old radios in the background. I miss having my, my stuff. So I'm gonna revamp all this. All this is gonna be redone again. But I'll do it in the fall. So, because right now today is the 16th of July. I am gonna take a break too from streaming, at least for the rest of the summer. So of course the World Cup final is on the 19th, which is what? Let me see. Sunday, right? What is it? What the hell's my calendar here? Okay. Yeah, Sunday. So I'm gonna do one. I'll probably do the stream on Sunday. I'll probably do the stream on Sunday so we can watch. Hopefully, I'll be ready. Unless we go, I don't think we're going anywhere because I really want to see the final anyway. I really want to see the final, even though I'm at the point where I think Argentina I think they're gonna win. I think Argentina is gonna win the whole thing. I mean, my last hope is Spain to win it, but at this point, doesn't really matter. They already made it to the final, so. But if they, I mean, when I was rooting for England, I had the ball right here. Look, I was right here. I was watching the game right there, and I had the ball right here. Right here. And I was like holding the ball. I had England right here. Right here, I had England. I was rooting for England. And they were up 1-0. 1-0 with about 23 minutes left. And then I don't know what this coach did. He just put all the players in defensive, defense. If you're gonna do that, at least bring in fresh players. Like bring in the defenders. And they didn't do that. And you can't do that with Argentina. You cannot just score a goal and sit back and try to be no. Because they're gonna make one. Eventually they're gonna make one. But now you shorten the field for them. Make them. They should have kept playing their regular. They should have kept playing their regular way. Make them run up and down the field. If you're gonna let them score, make them run. Not concede half of the field. And they're on your side of the field, trying to get through. And they finally got one goal in. And then once they tied it was already late in the game. Now you're rattled now, and then boom, they took the lead. So they did the same thing that Egypt did.
10:41 p.m.
The same thing the Egyptian team did. They were winning. They were up by 2 goals, and same thing. They went into that defensive thing. It was too early for that. You should have kept playing You should have kept playing what got you there. You should have kept attacking them too. Because even if you attack them, now they have to defend you. So they're not. But when you go into defensive mode only, now they're all full attack mode. And you're not making them bring the ball down the field.
W2NJR repeater.
And Argentina is too good for that. You can't play that type of game with them. You can't do that. So England blew it. And I think England had the best chance to beat them. Because England is a very good team. And once they had that one lead, all they had to do was keep playing the same way. And all of a sudden they went into a shell. They went to the shell, and Argentina just they kept Argentina on their side of the field, which is a big mistake. You don't do that with a team like Argentina. You don't do that with Argentina. Argentina can score at any minute, any second. They don't care. They're I know people talk about Messi, but they have other great players in Argentina, and you can't do that. You cannot. I knew they were going to tie it, but I really believe that England still was going to pull it out, but they didn't. Once they tied it, I said, "Oh boy, here we go." Okay, they got rattled, but then they gave that second goal within a few more minutes after that, and that rattled them. That's it. That rattled them. They were not going to come out. They got demoralized after that. The momentum was in their favor. It was 23 minutes left in the game, plus the extra time. So we're talking about maybe 30 minutes of football left, and England just blew it. They just blew it. They just blew the game. So I was rooting for them. I had the ball right here. There's the ball. Right here. So, well, my prediction is gone. France lost. England lost. So now the only team that's standing in their way for repeat champion is Spain. And can Spain beat them? Yeah, Spain can beat them. Spain, don't think Spain is a soft team. They're a strong team too. I think the European Championship they did beat France. So Spain is a strong team. They can beat Argentina, but they cannot do what the other teams did. They cannot do that. They cannot score a goal and sit back. That's not going to work. They got to keep attacking them. They got to keep attacking them. Yeah. McGriff say, I buy large twist size for it. Yeah, I have some twist size. But for that, I just use I have really long tie wraps. I'll do that. But I need to straighten out the when I line them up in a circle, I need to straighten it out. Right now it's like also I just oh man, look at these pictures over here. I just brought that in a few months ago from outside. So for what I do first, I wipe it down because it was dirty. I wiped it down and all that, and then yeah. James Farley. This is W2NJRS network of about 500 readers. I get about 4 of them. I don't know how many. I get quite a few. I get quite a few of them. I probably get well. If I look at my directory, New York Computer Directory, let me see. I know I get a few of them. Yeah, I get a few of them. Fort Lee. The Fort Lee one, I know I am the Fort Lee one. Alpine. Let's see what else. Yeah. As I go to this website, let me see. I'm gonna put the website. I'll put the website in the. I go to this. I go to this website. I go to that website. Let me see that. My bad. Let me do 2 meters. Let me try to do 2 meters, right? Let me see what I get. 2 meters. Let me see. Helicopter. Let me try 2 meters. Oh, no, no. Okay. No, nothing on 2. Let me put the air band. Let me take out the CB. I don't want to hear the CB. Just air marine band. I'm gonna bring down the other scanner too. Anyway, when I bring back the shelf, I'm gonna put my unit and CD, my unit and CB radio / weather radio SSB. By the way, that one is single sideband also. I'm gonna bring that one down. So I'm gonna bring them down. All right, airband. 134.3. What's 134.3? 134.3 airband live ATC liveatc.net. Let's see what that is. Frequency 134.3. 134.3. What is that? 134.3. What can that be? That is. What the hell is that? Well, according to here, it says Boston. I cannot be Boston. Boston? Boston? There's anyone that's close. Let me try again. Let me see. Anyway, let me listen in on it. Where's that? Where's the audio for that one? Boston. There's Boston. I'm getting Boston airband. Yeah. Boston. No, never mind. No. My bad. That's Stewart. Okay, that's Stewart. Never mind. Not Boston. I was wondering Boston. No, that's Stewart. That's right here in Westchester County. Okay, so Stewart International Airport, Newburgh. Okay, so if I go to FlightAware, KSWF. So Stewart. Yeah, okay, that's Stewart. Yeah, that's not Boston. That's not Boston. That's Stewart Airport. That's up in Newburgh. I was like, Boston? No, not Boston. So that's Stewart International Airport. Because we do have a regional airport. In New York City, there's LaGuardia, right, in Queens. JFK is in the other side of Queens. Queens has two airports, by the way. LaGuardia and JFK. Across the river here, we have Newark Liberty. Up there in Westchester County, all the way up there, it's Stewart. So we have 4 airports. Because that's also there's also a National Guard base up there too. Air National Guard is up there. But yeah, Stewart Airport. Now that one, I don't know if it's international. I think that's just domestic. I don't know. I never been to that airport. Never been to that airport. Never took a flight from there. The only airport I've been to is LaGuardia and JFK. Those are my two. The only airports that I ever took off and landed on. Yeah, so that's Stewart. SWF. And this is the FlightAware. So this is the FlightAware for that. For SWF.
Check C-Dog, climb maintain 230, break here 3627.
Yeah, we have there's Teterboro, but I don't think I picked that one up. I might pick it up, but yeah, Teterboro is a little Teterboro, but that's not really an air. That's more of a that's not an international airport. That's just it's not an international airport. That's just for private planes and whatnot. Maybe some business jets. So Teterboro is not like it's not an airport that you. So it's not an airport like for commercial flights. Commercial flights. That's what I meant to say. Chicopee says I have 2 Air Force bases, airband station from Westover Air Force Base. Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah. No, I know Teterboro is but that's not commercial. That's like, you know.
Better good using Double 972 23 and a half cities across your partner flight 190.
And Stewart's coming in nice and loud. Wow. Stewart Air. So Stewart, New York Stewart International.
42, 36, 27. Good night.
Yeah. Oh, Stewart. 121.35. Stewart.
iFlight
Planner. Anyway, this is iFlight Planner information about that one. Nah, I don't get Philly. Nah, I don't get Philly. Nah, I don't get Philly. I mean, you know, unless it's I mean, yeah, I shouldn't say it because I could get it. Like maybe it was like enhanced conditions. But what I get a lot is LaGuardia.
2919 with the 26 for 240. 300 knots or better at 35 miles is shooting.
So I mean, the one I get the most is LaGuardia because
Back to the Albany Airport, JetBlue 2919.
Because Yonkers, they do fly over a lot for LaGuardia. When they do it, they
242, American 4A today.
Because LaGuardia is that way, so you can see them landing and taking off. But Stewart, they will fly over to Stewart. JFK, I don't get a lot of JFK. I get mostly LaGuardia a lot and some JFK, but LaGuardia is like number one.
Boston County 946, flight level 350.
Trying to clean up here a little bit. I don't know where to put this guy at. I guess when I
Boston 4033, climbing 17,000.
Bowser.
6 hourly and percent maintain 11,000 and 2.93 to speed 89.
Why am I doing this? I got so many knobs, I lose track of all the knobs. Hello, Matthew. How you do that? What website is that? No, I go to Live ATs. I'll show you. I right now I'm this is YouTube Studio, it's not OBS. So I'll just put the link to Live ATC. So you go to Live ATC first. You go to liveatc.net first. I'll put the link. You go there first. You put the frequency that you're listening to, the airband frequency. You go in there. There's a search on the side. You can put the frequency and all that. I put the frequency, and you get matches. But you know you got to use common sense. That frequency, for example, 134.300. That frequency, for example, when you type it in the search, you're gonna get matches, right? But it's not gonna be Alaska because I live in New York. It's not gonna be Alaska. You got to look through it. Which one is the closest one? So in my case, it's Stewart. It's not gonna be the first one. I got Alaska. You're not gonna get Alaska on airband all the way from New York. It's not gonna happen. And then you have other ones, right? It's not going to be, you have to look through the list. There's probably 6 or 7. There's a few listings. So at first I thought it was Boston, but then I found, in between I found Stewart. So it's Stewart. It's definitely Stewart. It's not Boston. So it's Stewart. Because that's the one that's closest to me. So when you go there, they have a link. Each of them have a flight away link. Right? And iFlight Planner link. So you can click on it. And by the way, some of them have an audio feed, a stream. So if it says listen, you can click on that listen. You can click on that listen to see if it matches. I can listen to that to see if it matches this one. But I know this is Stewart. This is Stewart. This is not, because I already heard them talk about Albany and whatnot. So this is Stewart. So yeah, so you go to liveatc.net. You put the frequency in. You put the frequency. It's going to search. It's going to have a whole bunch of matches on that frequency. And then you have to go through it. You have to say, okay, it's not going to be San Francisco because I live in New York. It's not going to be, there's no way. It's not going to be Alaska. Whatever. What was the search? Let me see the search results. So my that frequency came up with Detroit. No, the first one was Canada, Windsor, Ontario. It's not that one. It's not going to be Wichita, Kansas. Not that one. It's not going to be Detroit, Michigan. It's not going to be Wisconsin. It's not going to be Florida, Hollywood, Florida. Nope. So, you have to go look at each one of them. It's not going to be Houston, Texas. And then, boom, right there, I see Stewart International Airport, City, Newburgh, New York. Okay. So, okay, that one. Now I'm going to keep looking anyway. Boston, it's not going to be Boston. It's not going to be Anchorage, Alaska. It's not going to be Japan. It's not going to be Puerto Rico. So, it's Stewart. For me, it's Stewart. That's how you find out which one it is. Okay? You have to you put the frequency and it'll match that frequency with whatever's on the database. So I found like 10 of them. But it was Stewart. It's Stewart. Because it's not gonna be Puerto Rico. It's not gonna be, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, Now, is it possible you could get a DX? Maybe, but now you're gonna have to hear more closely. And some of them have a live feed, so you can play that and try to match it. But it's Stewart. It's Stewart. Stewart International Airport. Because that's the one I get. By the way, this frequency, I don't get it that often. So right now it's active. Like somebody said, wow, it's active today. Yeah, it's active today. Today's Thursday. I don't know, maybe because of the cloud, maybe because of the smoke. Maybe because of the smoke too. Maybe there's less visibility. So they have to be more careful. Remember, it's low visibility now because of all the smoke. So yeah, you're gonna probably hear more active radio towers. And by the way, if you want to verify even more, when you go to FlightAware, the plane they just mentioned should be on the radar. So one of those planes is going to be that flight. So if you really want to verify it, you go FlightAware link. All the planes that are flying around Stewart, one of them is going to be that one, the one that she's talking to. So you could do that. You could and track that plane if you want. You can do all that. There's a lot of things you can do with the information. And you can find out what plane it is, what type of plane it is, where did it come from, how many passengers are in there. It tells you all the information. Every information you want to know about the plane. The history of the plane. Things like that. They have a picture of the plane, the history of the plane, everything. And that's ADSB. You can listening to this, you can also have your SDR on. You're listening to this and you got the SDR on ADSB, and you could be tracking all those planes yourself too. So not only you listening to it, you could be tracking it on the computer. You can do all these things. There's a lot of things you can do. And you already have the stuff. I mean, Chicopee already has it. You have the RTL-SDR. You can do ADSB. ADSB, track planes. You can track planes. Things like that. Which is cool. So you got the scanner to listen in on it. But you can also have ADSB on a computer. It says NY radio. It shows the map and stuff. I have over 50 logs. James Farley, when I was programming my scanner, I went through each of the frequency 1 megahertz at a time. Yeah. Yeah, well, you don't have to do that anymore. I don't program anything. I just let it. Because you got the internet. You got the internet to verify the frequency. You got audio streams that can verify even more. So some days I don't have to do all that. Thank God. Anyway, let me do a couple of things. I'm gonna let it play for a few. Then I'm gonna go grab a cold one. I'm letting them get nice and chill in the refrigerator. I mean in the chest freezer. Marinating. All right, I need to put this guy away somewhere. Let me put him over here because I'm gonna. Come on, Bowser. Bowser. Okay, this is the hammock.
3532, be my 5956. Good night.
This is the hammock. Look. So I'm not using the hammock now. So Bowser, I love you, Bowser. I love you, Bowser. A Quang Shang box. I gotta start playing on that radio and it's a shame that I turn it on. It's so cumbersome. It's so cumbersome to use that radio. It really is. It's cumbersome. It's so cumbersome. It's so cumbersome to use that radio. I gotta put these upstairs. They're for my son. I gotta put them on the second floor in the other room. I'm collecting all of these for him. For my wife and I. And they're sitting right here. Let me just put the box this way. I'll leave it there for today. I just want to free this spot right here. Water bottles. Yeah. My wrench. You know what I use this wrench for? It fits perfect. What I use this wrench for? It fits perfect. For what? Take a guess. Take a guess what I use this wrench for. It fits perfect. Dusty. Take a guess. Take a guess what I use it for. No, not beer. Beer? Really? Beer? No, it fits perfect on the coax. Look, if I want to tighten it up. To tighten the coax. You know when you tighten it, I just a little click, that's it. I tighten it, but it fits enough that I can tighten it. That's it. For the coax.
Howdy, boss, again, that is 270
14, climbing 17.
So this fits perfect on the coax. You know, I have all these coax, right? I have this one, this one, this one, this one. So I just
350, United 270.
make sure it's nice and tight, and then I just tighten it. Now, of course, you don't want to over tighten it. You got to be careful. You don't want to over tighten and break it, because you can break it. You can break the connector. You can break these connectors. So you tighten it enough that you can't. Like I can't. See, I can't untighten it by hand. You see what I mean? I just tighten it enough that so I can't. Because sometimes, believe it or not, when you tighten by hand, over time, if you only tighten by hand and these move around, they will loosen up over time just enough. Sometimes they'll loosen it just enough. So I have something like this. I just tighten it. I'm not gonna tighten that because it's already tight, but but it fits perfect right there on the coax. It fits perfect. Just tighten it. And when I want to loosen, I just break the torque and that's it. Then I take it out. So yeah, perfect. This little wrench, perfect. It fits perfect for the coax. So I always keep it over here somewhere. So just for the coax, not for the other ones, but for the F connectors. The F connectors, should I say. Beer. Why would I use a wrench for beer? Beer. Yeah. Hello, Elmer Time. I hope you're doing well. Hello, fellow radio operators.
Hey, Bob, good evening. United 146, 11.4, climbing 17,000.
So AD7LN. There you go. Elmer Time in the house.
Level 350, United 146.
Anyway, this is what I had on earlier today when I was.
Hello, Philippine 126, leaving 390 for 280 bed.
So this is what I had when I was sweeping outside earlier today. So I just wear this.
After print, direct fuel, Philippine 126.
That's what I had.
304 cross news 270.
Yeah, so this is what I had. This is what it wasn't with this. I didn't smell the air. Anyway, I don't need this garbage. I have boxes of that. But yeah, when I was sweeping out there, that's what I used. I was fine. I mean, the sky, it's obviously not a lot of sunlight today. It was very basically smoke, but you could smell it, but it wasn't that bad. Yesterday was bad. Yesterday was worse. Today's not that bad. But I was sweeping outside. I put on the mask. That's it. So that helped, the mask. So that's what I had, the mask.
Thank you. Southwest 892, flight level 310 across 2, flight level 270 and 300 knots.
Anyway, network cable. Let me open this up. Yeah. I know. What's the deal with that too? By the way, I was talking to my wife about that. Like, growing up, I never had. I grew up in New York City. We never had.
Center American 3763 P50.
We never had this until
190.
recent history. Maybe the first time we had this was 2022. Remember the first time we had this was 2022 recently? And then we had it last year. It's like every summer now we have it. It was like every summer in the fall we're getting this stuff now. Like, what's up with that? This is like every summer and fall now. Anyway, let me put over here. Yeah, what's up with that? Every summer, right? Every spring, summer, or fall, we're getting these wildfire smoke over here now. What's up with you?
2603,
Especially with these Canadian. What's up with what's up, Canada? What's up with all the fires, bro?
755, level 310 across news at 270.
What's up with that, Canada? Why so much? Oh my God, all these bags. Anyway, what's up with that, Canada? All these wildfires.
Evening, boss. Boston, Legacy 373 Roman Bravo 412.
Oh, you said Boston, but it's not Boston. It ain't Boston. Yes, I agree with Nightbot. Yes, I agree with Nightbot. To become a member, please. Only 99 cents a month. Less than a bottle of water. Yeah, see this wire? You see this wire? I didn't want.
The 10.2200 reached by fuel for the P1.
See, I didn't want to use this one because this one you can't split it. You see all the way it stops right here. So I used the other one for this radio.
Weather, mostly sunny until 8 a.m., then mostly cloudy. Areas of
So the other one I could split it. The other one I could split it all the way down,
temperature, lower 80s.
and I used the red one.
Southwest around 10
For the-
miles per hour. Increasing to south around
So I hooked it up to the
1
switch,
in the afternoon.
and then the not the switch, the splitter.
Rockaway,
Then that one goes to the 3-element Yagi.
lower at 5:39 p.m.
So this one,
5:40 a.m.
anyway, this is for a retro console.
8:23 p.m.
I'll leave it over here
Remarks. The rip current lifts.
for my retro gaming console.
In the afternoon as onshore winds increase in
There you go. All right. Anyway, let me comb my hair. Hey, let me comb my hair. Wait, what happened? Yeah, I don't know what's up with that with Canada with the wildfires and all that. It's a lot. It's I mean, you know. Electric shaver. Yeah, I mean, it's like every year now. Every freaking year there's fires in Canada. I mean, what's up with that? Yeah, now it's Minnesota. I'm watching Weather Nation, and they show all these different wildfires. They're like Minnesota, Canada, of course, and I think Wisconsin. It's like, what's going on? What's up with that? I need to clean up here. I'm trying to clean up here, man. Come on, man. Fix my webcam, man. Yeah, I know Jersey had a couple of. I know. I remember the one. I remember my wife and I. This is like when we first. It's like when we first was dating. We went down to Atlantic City. And there was a wildfire. There was a wildfire down there by and traffic was like really crawling when we get to it was around trying to remember where it was all the way down there. It was like almost near Atlantic City. I know there was a part and it was just they had wildfires. Well, it's South Jersey, but I can't remember where exactly. I have a couple of these left. I'll probably finish them tonight. They're spicy though. They're spicy. These are spicy. Dinamita, see? Dynamite. Chili lemon. It gets spicy. See, look, dynameter. So they're hot. So they're in the hot range. They're like they're not extra hot, but they're in the hot range. Where's my Wi-Fi radio? My Wi-Fi radio. She could be saying he loves spicy Doritos. Yeah. That's the first time I'm trying that one. Trying to organize here before. I also just logged into WICC. Yeah, I have it on West, right? West? Yeah, West is picking it up. Yeah, the West antenna picks it up pretty good. WICC out of Southport, Connecticut. Southport, Connecticut. My FedEx. Where's my FedEx? Okay, where's my F-14 Tomcat? Where can I put it at? Where can I put it without knocking it down? My F-14 Tomcat, where can it go? Man, well, I'll leave it here for now. My F-14. My F-14. My F-14. Top Gun. I like spicy food, but wasabi kills me. I got used to it. I got used to it, actually. It took a while, but I got used to it. When I eat sushi now, I have to have wasabi now. But I put a little bit. I just put a little bit. When I have the sushi, I put a little bit on the, that's it. So I put a little bit. So, but it took a little bit of getting used to the wasabi. I need to charge this phone. Leave it right there. I'll charge it later. Leave it right there. I'll charge my other phone later. This adapter can go up here. Right. I'll put it right here for now. The keys can go right here. I'll be right back. Let me wash my hands and get my beverage. This can go up here. This can go right. I'll put it right here for now. This is a wire cutter for my tie wrap, but I'm not going to use this right now. I'm going to put it back in the boiler room. I'll be right back with my beverage. My beverage. Let me take the tie wrap soon. All right. Let me turn off this light. Slowly but surely picking up here. What's this? This is cardboard. And then I'm going to turn on another light. I'm going to turn on the other light. That helps a little bit. Let's see what it does with the quality of the stream, but I just don't want it to be too bright. I don't want it to be too bright. Wait a minute, where's my pedal? Where's my pedal at? On my pillow. Much better. The Hulk is the Hulk. You don't want to make me angry. You really don't want to make me angry. I used to watch that when I used to watch that when I was a kid. I remember that. You don't want to make me angry. You do not want to make me angry. Remember they would always throw him over a table? They would always throw him over a table where they can't see him. And, you know, it was Bill Bixby. You know, Bill Bixby's like, you know, get out of here. Bill Bixby. And then they would fling him over a table or something, and then suddenly... And then there's Lou Ferrigno. Because Lou Ferrigno is by the way, Lou Ferrigno is the, you know, that's the bodybuilder that plays Hulk, you know, the Incredible Hulk with the green body makeup. Lou Ferrigno. In case anybody was wondering. Lou Ferrigno. Yeah, Lou Ferrigno. James Farley said, just like Chinese mustard. I never ate the Chinese food, the Chinese restaurant mustard. I never ate that. Yeah, I never ate that. Elmer said, welcome to the Wildfire Club. The Northwest gets them like clockwork out here. Some very, very, I know. Yeah, that's too. I forgot. Yeah, Pacific Northwest. Yep. They got them pretty. Cheers. Cheers. Ah, nice and cold. Refreshing. Yeah, so January. I said January. My bad. July 19th will be the World Cup final. I will live stream. I'm probably going to be like an hour or two early before the game. I'm going to stream like an hour or two before the game. At least an hour before the game. I'm going to watch the live stream. I'm going to watch the game. Of course, you know, I'm not going to show you the game because I can't. And there, you know, that's going to be my last live stream for the summer. Sunday. That'll be my last live stream. And then I'm going to take first of all, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to enjoy the rest of the summer. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy the rest of the summer. I'm not going to be active much. I'll probably upload maybe 1 or 2 videos. Maybe I do have a review that I want to do of the of this radio. I contacted Ocean Digital, and I told them about the radio, that I really like the radio and so on, and they saw my video. They really liked the unboxing video, and they are waiting for the review of this radio. And they also told me that we will consider you for future products, like for testing and all that. So they told me, let us know when you post your review video. So I'm going to make a review on it. I don't know. Let me see, because I have this one I want to review, and there's another video. Or if not, I may wait till after, in September. I also want to make a video on the FMDX web server. There's 2 videos for that one. That one's gonna be more complicated because I have to shoot, edit, and a lot of stuff. And I have to find a PC that I'm gonna install it in that is not already stuff installed in it already. So it might be the one behind me. That's the one that I might install. So the first video for that one is gonna be with the TF radio itself. So that video is gonna be pretty straightforward. And I'm gonna use the mini TEF, most likely, to demonstrate. I'll use the mini TEF. I can use that one. Then the next one, the FMDX web server with an SDR, I will be using the AirSpy for that one. And by the way, that one, you can also use the RTL-SDR, the same thing. Actually, no, the RTL-SDR, there's another step for that one. Oh, that's right. You have to install Zadig. Anyway, I'm going to do it with... by the way, there's already a video out there on the RTL-SDR one. So I'm going to do one with the AirSpy. The AirSpy. Because that's how I did it with the AirSpy. So the AirSpy, you don't need Zadig. You don't need to install Zadig. Z-A-D-I-G. Z as in Zoo or Zulu. So for the RTL-SDR, you need to install Zadig first, I believe. I think you still have to do it. I don't know about the version 4, the one that Chicopee got. The version 3, you have to put Zadig. You have to, version 3 and below, Zadig. I don't know about version 4, if you still need to install Zadig for the drivers. I don't know. Now also, these are all going to be in Windows. So I'm using Windows 11. So I'm not doing Linux because I don't use Linux. I don't care for Linux for this stuff. You don't need Linux for this stuff. So yeah. So I'm gonna try to make the videos for that, because there is a bunch of people that are trying to set up web servers, but it seems that they're having trouble with it. Like the other guy from, well, here's the deal, Chicopee. So you still need to, okay. So version 4, you still need to put Zadig. Okay. So thank you for the answer for that. So anyway, the guy, he logged in my server. He had a Bronx. He says the Bronx, the same IP as the server, the Long Island DX. It's the same IP. So he was connecting here yesterday. But he didn't leave no message on the chat. He didn't leave no message. So anyway, so I don't know what kind of trouble he's having with his server. There's a couple of people like the other guy. There's a ham radio operator in Tyler, Texas, also. Now he seems to have trouble with his server. He can't get up and running. Another one. I keep telling people it's not easy to set up the FMDX web server. If it's a learning curve. When I first tried to set up mine, the initial setup is pretty easy, but some people have trouble with the networking part. That's what a lot of people had trouble with. The networking part. Like when I first started my server, I only used my IP address for 8080, but I still had to go into the router and do the port forwarding. And that was the only part that I forgot how to do. And I asked my radio yesterday, I said, do you have to do? He said, yeah, you got to do port forwarding. And I said, okay. And then he also told me to disable the Windows firewall because it's persistent and it's annoying. And this is with Windows 10. Just back then it was Windows 10. So he was the one that helped me out with the last part. Because I would ask him. I I did this and this and this. What's next? So I had issue with that. The other issue I had was the sound card. FFFNPEG. I have two sound cards like this. I have two of these sound cards. The first sound card, that's the one that's running in there now, that one works. I bought this one. I bought this one for the FMDX web server. This one does not work. I mean, it works, but it does not work for FFF. It does not work for FFFNPEG. It will not see this one as a sound card. I get error. So I guess this particular chip does not work with the FFFNPEG. Okay? So that's one thing that I'm going to have to reiterate in the video. You got to make sure your sound card is compatible with FFF. And you're not going to know that, by the way. You're not going to know that until you run it. When you run it, if you get an error on FFmpeg right there, it'll tell you. But if you don't get the error and it goes right through, then you're good. So with this one, I was getting errors. I kept getting errors and errors. And I gave up. I said, yeah. So I swapped out the sound card and the other one works perfect. So that's one is the only one that works with the FMDX web server. This one does not work with FMDX web server. Does not work. So, and these are not expensive, by the way. You know, this is like $7, $8 on Amazon. But you do need a microphone. You do need the microphone. Okay, and the audio. Well, no, you need the microphone. You don't need them. Now, if you're using an SDR, you don't need this. You don't need this. If you're using SDR, you don't need this. Only if you're using the TF 6686 radio, you need a sound card. You need this. The reason why you don't need the SDR, because the SDR is already USB and it plugs right in. The SDR, you plug it in. The only thing about the SDR is that you need to do a virtual audio cable. With a TF, you're not going to do virtual audio cable. You're using this. You know, there's no virtual audio cable on TF radio, okay? Because you're using the analog. You see the audio out, the headphone out. The headphone out is going to go into a microphone. This is going to go in the computer. The headphone out is going to go to microphone in. Or line in. If you have a line, if you have one with the three of them, you put it in line in. But I had to put mine on microphone. That's why I get that ringing sound. It's because of the microphone too. If you can get a sound card with the three of them that has the audio out, the line in, and the microphone, you put on the line in, that is better. But I don't have line in. I have only these two. So I have to use the microphone one. So when you put in the microphone one, make sure your microphone level is not too high. You know, you're going to have to mess with that a little bit, maybe in Windows. Don't put it super duper high. Things like that. It's a little tricky. But once you get it, that's it. Now, once you get it, don't mess with it. Leave it alone. Something Chicken Pete Video didn't do the first time. When I had a setup for him, he went ahead and blah, 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 started messing with it. Don't do that, people. When you get it, I recommend you do this right away. As soon as you get it working, take a screenshot of all your settings. Once you get it up and running, take a screenshot, print screen, take a screenshot and save it. Screenshots are amazing, people. They're there for a reason. So you don't have to memorize all the settings. You take a screenshot and you have it in your pictures folder, document folder, whatever. Screenshot of my settings. Take screenshots. Okay, people? Take screenshots. When I first opened up a computer back in 1993, and I'm building my computer, I was taking pictures with Polaroids. I mean, Polaroids and stuff like that. I was taking pictures of every step of the way, documenting it. That was my first time building a computer. I took pictures. Video card goes in this slot. Hard drive cable ribbon goes into this connector. It goes this way, and then you know what I mean? Takes. Now you got screenshots. Back then you had to use a camera. But yeah. So it's easy, but it's two different things. Remember the SDR, there's no audio input stuff because the USB is the audio. So with the SDR, you have to do virtual audio cable and stuff like that, and you also have to do virtual serial port. You have to do all these things on the SDR side. Jacoby know what I'm talking about. But the CEF, you don't have to do all that. Jacoby, you don't have to do all that. But you have to have a sound card like this. You have to have a sound card that works. Use this as a. Even if you have a laptop, try to use a separate one for. Have a dedicated audio card for your DX web server, FMDX web server. You don't want to use the same sound card that you're using for your PC. You can use it, but then you're not going to have audio on your PC because you're using it for the server. So have this one for the server. Then you have, see, like that computer, I have this one. The server goes into this audio card and all that. But I still have my computer audio. That computer right there, I can still use it and listen to the audio and all that. Because I'm using the computer's internal sound card for that one. But for the server, it has one of these dedicated little USB sound cards. Okay? You don't want to mix all over. This is going to be a FMDX web server sound card. Don't use the one in the PC. If you have a laptop, don't use the one in the laptop. Just get one of these. But don't get this model because you're not. All right. Now you might have to go through a couple of them before it works. This one doesn't work. I bought this one. It still works. It just does not work with FFmpeg. It does not see this one as a sound card. It refuses to see it. I don't know why. Something in the chip say it doesn't do it. So it's very. And Meredith was the one that explained that to me too. I think he went through a similar thing. FFmpeg does not see every sound card. It just doesn't. So this particular sound card doesn't see it. It works, just not for the FMDX web server. The one that I have in there is right there on the side. Is a silver one. I had that one for years, and that one works fine. So keep that in mind. And that's it. Those are the two major things you have to worry about. Is make sure the sound card is compatible with FFmpeg. And now you're going to have to do trial and error. You're just going to have to, you might have to buy one and it don't work. You might have to buy another one. But I bought this one just for the server and it didn't work. So I had to look for this one. I had this one put away somewhere I was looking for. I was like, oh my God. And I found it. And when I plugged it in, it worked beautiful. So that one, I will not sell that one. It's right there sticking out. You can see the cable. Where's my flashlight? I don't know if you can see it. See the cable right there? And we see the cable? The sound card's right there on the USB in the side. And that one, I will not sell that one because that's the one that works with this. If I try to swap it out and put this one, it's not going to work. I'll get an error. When I'm booting up the server, I'll get when it gets to FFmpeg, it'll say error, something sound card. Can I see error sound, whatever? It won't work. It'll error out. So yeah, I'm the only one that teaches all this stuff. All those people at FMDX. By the way, all the people at FMDX.org, they don't do live stream. They're not teaching you all these little nuggets of information. You see what I'm saying? So people, smash the like button. Smash the like button. You can share the video too, by the way. But let me tell you something. Nobody does it like me when it comes to these nuggets of information. Not even the bigger channels. Don't give you nuggets of information like I do. Remember that, folks. Remember that, folks, when I'm not live streaming for a month and I'm taking a break and all that. It's what I do, man. It's just, I like to share my information with people. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert, but I wish, I help out people when I can. But yeah. Chicopee Radio. I also gotta have a USB hub because my Surface Pro. Yeah, but you gotta be careful with that because the sound card, it might be finicky with a USB port, with a USB hub. So I mean, it'll probably work, but it might. Yeah, it should work if you put it in a hub. If you put this on a hub, it should work. But if for some reason it doesn't work, then you might have to. You only have one USB port. That's it. The Surface only has one. Wow. Well, anyway, yeah. So anyway, but yeah, just make sure Oh, okay. Yeah. So you see the TF radio. The USB goes into the computer. There's two connections. The audio goes to the sound card, microphone, the pink one or the red one. Audio out to microphone. This goes in your computer or your hub. And this is the data. This is the data. The charging port is also the data. This is what controls your radio. The server software controls your radio. So this USB-C to USB hub. That's all. These are only two connections you need to have for the TF radio. And that's it. And of course your antenna. SMA connector, antenna. That's it. All right. So you got you got audio, analog audio, and then you have your USB for your data, to control it. All right. So that's why, for example, the SDR. In SDR, there's no audio out. Right? I mean, let me explain to you real quick. SDR, there's no audio out. There's only antenna connector and this USB. This is for your data. That's it. There's no audio out because everything is digital. This one, the digital audio, because it's all here. So what you need to do a virtual audio cable. For any SDR, you have to do virtual audio cable. Virtual audio cable, because there's no audio cables on SDRs. There's no audio. So for the TF, you need to do a virtual audio cable. So people don't know that, and they're like, "Oh, I don't know. How can I get this one?" Bro, I did my research. I figured it out. So yeah, virtual audio cable. By the way, virtual serial port also for this one. You have to do virtual serial port on this one. See this one, when you connect it to the computer, you're gonna get a COM port. So this one, the USB is gonna automatically give you a COM port. You don't need no the minute you plug in the USB for this, you're gonna get a COM port on your device manager for this TF. You'll get a COM port. But for this one, you're not gonna get a COM port. You're gonna get a USB listing on the device manager, but no COM port. So what you gotta do for this one, you have to do the virtual serial port emulator to make a virtual COM port. Okay, so that's one thing. So that's what I'm saying. That it's two different things. So that's why I have to make two videos. I have to make two videos because this one is going to be a little more complicated. And that's why, by the way, Chickabee, since you already did the most complicated one, the other one is going to be easy. This one is going to be much easier. When you get your CF radio, this one is going to be a lot easier than this. This one was more complicated. This one is more complicated. This one, not so much. And by the way, this one is going to work more better. The only problem with this one is that you need to run the SDR sharp in the background. That thing crashes every so often. So that the problem with the SDR model is that you have to run the SDR sharp in the background. You cannot close it. You have to run it. It has to stay running. This, you don't have to do all that. You just this FMDX web server, XDRD, and the radio. That's it. That's it. This one, you got to put virtual serial. This one, you have to put the virtual virtual serial port, virtual audio program, SDR sharp with the plugin for the XDRD plugin, right? So that's 4 programs now. You see what I'm saying? So you already did the more complicated setup. For this one, it's going to be a lot easier. It's so easy. You're going to be like, that's it? You're going to be like, that's it? I say, yeah, that's it. How you going to it's going to be? That's it? Yeah. This one was a lot complicated. Remember, it was complicated. I'm telling you, it was complicated. But for this one, it's going to be easy. Just got to, the only thing is you got to make sure your audio card works. That's all. That's the only problem I have with mine. That, and of course, of course, in your case, you already know you can do the domain thing. But for me, it was at first, a couple of times, like, man, what the hell's going on with my sound? And then I figured out this one didn't work. It was that one I had to use. The minute I plugged in that sound card, it went through like nothing. Chick will be ready. The only thing that is why I don't like running the SDR because my charger, yeah, I know. That's all. And yes, I am going to learn in myself since I'm used to the SDR one. Yeah, this one is a lot easier. It's the much easier than the SDR. And if you want to do the HD one, that's even more complicated because now you have to install this one. If you want to do the HD model, you have to do this one. You have to install this one. And then one of them can I use XDRD. I believe this one can I use, no. Yeah, and these get hot. Yeah, they do get hot. These things get hot when you run them over. When you run them for hours, they do get hot. They get very hot. So if you want to do HD, now that's even more complicated because now you got to install this one. I think you cannot do XDRD on both. I was reading the HD how to set it up. One of them has to have XDRD, the other one no XDRD. That's tricky. That's tricky. That's hard to do because I couldn't get XDRD. I needed XDRD for either one. I had to use XDRD. So it's tricky. And that's why I don't want to do the HD thing. It's just too much of a headache for me. I mean, I was, don't get me wrong though, it's kind of nice. I went to the Miami server And it's kind of cool that HD1, HD2. You can see the sub channels. It's kind of cool. But I was like, all that stuff running. I said, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with all that. I don't want to deal with all that. I may do it one day just to see if I can just run it, and then okay. But not right now. I don't want to deal with that now. I don't want to deal with that right. Not right now. Not right now. But the Miami one looks pretty good. I say, you know, and Ivan is. By the way, Ivan is a very smart guy. Even though he whatever, I don't, but he is a smart guy. So it took it's someone like Ivan. You know, Ivan is a smart guy. So I can say that he's a smart guy. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I'm gonna say yeah. Yeah. Even the Air Spy. By the way, even the Air Spy. Even the Air Spy. For FM. The TF is better. So that's another thing. So you got you got this one. Oh, I hate this. Sorry. Let me close this. Oh, I made it bright. God damn it, made it bright. Sorry, I didn't. What the hell's all this? Okay, let me do something. Hold on, my bad. Let me do this. Okay, because all right, there we go. I don't want it to be too bright. Yeah, so even with the Air Spy, I noticed the I could tell you because I had it running for a while. The Air Spy, the RDS wasn't snappier. The RDS was a lot slower. It was a lot slower. It did not always get RDS right away. The TF is just more sensitive. The TF is built for it. The TF is built for FM. It's just built for it. The SDR, don't get me wrong, it's pretty good. I can do more with the SDR, all the other bands, but for FM, it's good. It's good, but it's not a TF. The TF is way better. Because I noticed it. When I was tuning on my Air Spy, the RDS would take longer. It wasn't, by the way, sometimes I didn't get it. Sometimes I didn't even get the S. Sometimes I couldn't even get the RDS. Sometimes I didn't get it at all. I didn't get it. So, you know, the TF was much better. Much better. So that's why, you know, the HD thing is kind of nice. But, you know, that's, to me, that's more, you know, like flexing. Yeah, my radio can do HD. It's flexing. It's kind of, and by the way, it's kind of cool to see HD stations, you know, like when I was looking at Miami. And by the way, there's a limit, only up to HD4. Up to 4 HD sub channels you can go up to. That was it. That's the limit of the software. So, but still, you know, it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, I was tuning. I was playing around with it. I was like, okay, it's cool. It's cool. But I don't want to set it up. It's too much of a hassle. And I really don't want to run one of these. You know, like, this is nice when you're a beginner. This is nice when you're starting out with SDR, you're beginner on a budget. But I'm at the point now where this is, I hate to say it, this is like Little League. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still good SDR. Like, you could do weather listening with this. You could do, like, you know. By the way, you could do a lot of good stuff with it. But for me, I have better ones. You see what I'm saying? I have better ones. And don't get me started with the SDRPlay. SDRPlay is way better. I wish I could use that one. I wish I could use that one here. I would love to share the SDRPlay one here, the RSPdx, with the different connectors, with 3 antenna connectors. I would love to share that one here. And I try setting it up. I can't. I tried setting it up. I tried setting the RSPdx here, but AirSpy messed up the because years ago. By the way, years ago, SDRPlay was compatible with SDR Sharp. I mean, SDR Sharp was compatible with SDRPlay RSPs. But AirSpy, when they bought SDR Sharp, they broke it. They broke it on purpose because they didn't want the competition using it. So I was trying to see if I could store an old version of SDR Sharp that would take the RSPdx. If I would have done that, then I could have probably done the server with the RSPdx. That's the only thing that prevented me, is I was trying to find an older version of SDR Sharp before AirSpy took over it. Get like the old one. How about I would have gotten the old one? But then again, I don't know if it would work because the plugin needs a certain version of SDR Sharp to work. So I don't know. I don't think it would have worked anyway. But that's what happened. So technically, you can run an RSPdx on an FMDX web server. I could run it. But the problem is SDR Sharp is AirSpy broke SDR Sharp for SDRPlay support. Because they didn't want people using, they want to make it exclusive to AirSpy. They only want to make it exclusive to AirSpy. That's it. So, otherwise, I would have done it. I would have had RSPdx running here with 3 antennas. With 3 antennas, bro. Not 2, with 3 antennas. You can switch it right there. You can switch it right there if you want. So I would have had 2 antennas SMA, and I would have had that I would have had the other antenna that only goes up to 300 megahertz with the BNC. But AirSpy, look, I'm watching all these wildfires. See, Minnesota, North Dakota now. Is it what? What's going on? Anyway, wow, a lot of it's Ontario. What time is it? Wow, it's midnight already. Holy moly. Been out for an hour and 54 minutes. Wow. And I'm going to be out for a little bit longer. And then my next live stream is going to be July 19th, the World Cup final. And then after that, I'm going to take a summer break until probably Labor Day. Hopefully by then I'll be closer to the 1 million total view mark. Right now, I have 941,000 total views. So I'm about 58,000 and a half away from the 1 milli. 1 milli! I want to hit that 1 milli. So you got to play my playlist, man. Play my playlist. Play them in the background. I don't care what you do with them. Play them in the background. Play them in the background. Take my main playlist, Danny Radio Tech, and just play it. Come on. I want to get to the 1 milli. So anyway, so the live stream on Sunday. Then after that, I'm going to take a break. When I come back, then I'm going to start tearing all this down. I'm going to tear all this down. I may paint this wall. I don't know yet if I want to do that because I'm going to put the shelving. I'm going to put the original shelf back here anyway. That's not going to take long. Just take it apart, bring it down here, build it again. Yay, the mess goes away. Yeah, I'm going to put the shelving back like the original. The TV, I'm going to move the TV probably to that wall. I'll probably put on that. That shelving over there is going to go down. I'm going to tear that shit up. I'm going to put a TV on that side. I'm going to have the shelving here with my old radios. This TV. I don't know what I'm going to do with TV. I might put this in the next room because I want to have the shelving here. The other shelving here. This is going to stay here. These two, this one. This desk is going to be oriented the other way, the L shape. This L shape I'm going to keep, but I'm going to orient it the other way. Or I may put this L shape on that corner for my radio station. Oh, yeah, my radio station. Bring back the rock. What rock? The rock. What rock? Anyway. The rack was on this side. But I don't know if I want to do that because I want to put another shelving here with more radios and stuff. So the rack might go, I don't know yet. Well, I may put it there. I may have to put it there. Because the problem with the rack is I need access. See, right? The problem over here is I can't have access to the back of the rack because my desk is in the way. So I may put it here. Well, yeah, I may have to. That's right. Let me see though, because the problem is I'm not using that often now. So I really want to have my radios all here, all my radios. My old radios. And by the way, this one I'm going to retire. I'm not going to be using this one anymore because it doesn't have single sideband. It doesn't work anymore. So I'm going to probably, when I'm tuning with this radio, I'm going to probably bring the Grundig 800 to tune because that one has single sideband. That one has FM. This one doesn't have FM and all that. That one is shortwave, long wave, FM. What else? What else am I missing? Single sideband, right? I said single sideband. Airband. That one has airband too, by the way. And it's a big display and a big speaker. You're just sitting there. I should be using that one. So I'm gonna use that one more. This one is just gonna sit back and retire. It gave me some great DX over the years, but now it's time to retire it. I'm gonna retire the Kenwood R2000. I'm gonna retire it. It's gonna sit there in the background. And then the Yaesu FRG 7700. I bought it, but I never really used it much because I use this one more. So that one, I may hook that one up with this one to give it some love. But like I said, I don't do a lot of shortwave listening anymore. So I'll use that one with my transceiver. But my transceiver is pretty good. And that one for shortwave listening. And that one has single sideband too. I can use that one. And the audio one, that one is awesome. Has great audio. So this one's gonna probably retire. The Yaesu, I never used them much. I probably don't use them much anymore. The FRG 7700. Eventually, I might sell it. But right now, I'm not gonna sell it yet. But I might start selling them. Because really, the Yaesu FT991A is still a good receiver for the shortwave. I listen to it on short. I can listen to shortwave on it pretty good. And this one is very good. It's still good. By the way, the bandwidth on this is better than the original 750. This bandwidth is better. This one has selectable bandwidth. Unlike that one, only has narrow and wide. This one has a few of them. So this one has a few. So I need to use that one. And they got an FM. It got separate input, antenna inputs. They got FM. They got the one for medium wave and the one for short wave. So, and that one you can switch. You can put the 500 ohm or you can put the 50 ohm. So the anyway, that I need to use that radio. That radio needs to be used. This radio needs some love. So I need to give it some love. And of course the HD radio right here. And I'm thinking about bringing that tuner over here, the Sanjian HDT1 tuner. So I don't know, but I have to hook it up with some speakers and all that. But that's why I got this one. I mean, I know what I know what I could do. You know what? I know what I could do. This has line in. I could use that tuner and hook it up here. Or in that one, by the way, that one also I think has line in. So I could hook a Sanjian tuner to this radio for the speaker and all that, for the auxiliary. Because so if I want HD tuning, I could tune an FM HD on that one and play it over this speaker. Over this speaker. Or this speaker. But I already have an HD tune on this one. So I may use that one. Oh, yeah, that's fine. I think that one has line in. Hello, Andy. Yay, the mess goes away. It's always a work in progress. Now, of course, I finally hooked up this one.
Areas of smoke. Slight chance of showers and thunderstorms late. For tonight, northwest.
But now, this one I want to wall mount it, or maybe I'll put it up there somewhere.
North 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Waves around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less.
So now that one is connected with RCA to a splitter. And that one goes to the 3-element Yagi in the roof. So now I got this hooked up to an external. Yeah, I know air quality is supposed to improve tomorrow. Yeah.
Smoke in the morning, then patchy smoke in the afternoon. And for Friday night, south winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves
excuse me.
Patchy smoke in the evening, then areas of smoke after midnight. Winds and waves may be higher in and near thunderstorms. The marine forecast for western Long Island Sound. For rest of today, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots.
So when I made a video on this, the unboxing, the box says 120 WR120B, but the label behind the back of it says 120EZ. So I guess the box says 120B, but I don't know if it's the same thing. I don't know what's different. You guys know about that. So this technically is a 120EZ. Oh, excuse me. So it's a WR120EZ. Anyway, I bought this one a couple of years ago, Walmart. They had a clearance sale on it. It was a red tag and all that. I got it for a total of $17. About 17 bucks. 17 bucks, I think it was. Brand new. So I was like, wow. I was gonna buy 2 of them, but I said I'll just buy 1. Then my old one is still up there. But that one, that's the original 120. That's the one that had all those problems with the chip, the chirping sound and all that crap. I tried to fix it. I did swap out the chip. It did improve the audio, but it's deaf. It cannot pick up any station. So I fixed the audio issue with the chirping. But the well, I need to bring it down, test it with this antenna. Yeah, I need to bring it down. Anyway, that's the original one, the WR120. That's the original one. That one I had bought it from Goodwill in Niagara Falls, and I paid like $4. That one, I think I paid like $4 for the original one. I need to bring that one down. See if maybe it might be the antenna. I don't know. I'll bring it down tomorrow and I'll hook it up here, see if it works. Because I did fix the audio issue. When I bought it, I couldn't test out the. When I bought it, I only powered it up and that was it. But I couldn't test out the audio. And then when I brought it home is when I heard the audio go, the chirping crap. And then I Googled it, I looked it up, and it turned out to be the chip. There's a chip that you have to. I bought like 6. I bought it from AliExpress. I bought the chip. I bought a 6-pack of those chips because they're so cheap. It was like $7 for like 6 chips. So you only need one. So I, swapped it out, and the audio came back good. The audio sounded, the chirping was gone, but it was deaf. So you couldn't pick up any station. So I'll try here, see if because it's a shame after and by the way, I still have 5 of those chips. 5 of those chips, I still have them. I forgot what it's called. Anyway, I have it upstairs. So when I bring it, I'll bring down the chip. I'll show you a picture of it. It was kind of a pain though. It was a little pain to set it up, but no. But then it did work though. I was like, yeah. I can't solder like I was never good at. I was not really super duper good at soldering. I haven't soldered a lot, so especially now with my sausage fingers and my vision. I left the scanner on all this time. The volume was low. It's locked in on a Stewart International Airport. Yeah, right now it's dead. The volume was low, but I didn't hear no activity for it. Anyway, let's see what else. $125.7. Yeah, so the World Cup, that'll be the final, and then that's it. Because originally the 30-day thing, I would have done this. It would have been the last day anyway. Sunday would have been the last day of the 39-day thing, but of course that didn't happen because of YouTube copyright craziness. Not only they copyright notice, but they block your chat. They block your video from getting viewed. So what's the point of making a video if it's going to get blocked worldwide? So that killed that extravaganza thingy. So, but anyway, Sunday I'll live stream on Sunday, and then I'll take a summer break after that. I have a couple of projects to do. Plus, we're gonna go. Well, we're looking at a couple of places to take our son, at least for a few days. He doesn't want to go anywhere, but Well, I don't watch that. I don't watch all that. I only watch the World Cup. Andy. I don't watch the Euro Cup. I don't watch all that. I only watch the World Cup. I don't watch MLS soccer. I don't watch all the qualifying stuff before that. I don't watch any of that. I only watch the World Cup, and then after that, I will try to keep it up. The problem is that I don't want to be. I really want to take a break. So because I'm gonna start disconnecting stuff too. So yeah, I'm gonna probably keep it up for another week or so. I think by the time we get to August, then I'll shut everything down. I don't know yet, because I can just turn that on. I don't need to be on. See that I don't need to be on anyway. So I'm gonna say, for now, I'm gonna say it'll be up here and there. It'll be up here and there. That's all. Only because I don't know. Because I have a few things to do here, and then after that, yeah. No, only because I just want to take a break for streaming, and then you know what? Let me turn it off. Let me just turn it off. No, because I want to take a break for streaming for the summer, and then for the server, I'm gonna say yes and no because I don't know when I'm gonna start disconnecting everything, because I gotta start disconnecting everything. When I bring that shelving out here, all this has got to go. All this I gotta take all this. I gotta take all this apart. So, you know what I mean? I gotta make room for the shelving. So all this gotta go. Look, from here down here. All this I'm not gonna move. I'm not touching on that. It's from here down. Has to go. And then I will build a new whatever. These radios are not gonna be here. They're gonna be over here. This radio is going to be in the background over here, and whatever. This desk is not going to be here. It's going to be probably the other way oriented. If not, I'll bring the other one down, or if not, I'll use this one. I don't know. So, of course, when I take that apart, that's going to be apart. That's it. So I'm going to say Sunday. I'm going to say probably for the remainder of the month. Yeah. The server will be up here and there. But by August, no. Because I'm going to shut everything down by August. Because by August, I'm going to be doing, phasing in this and that. Because when I come back in September, I want to have the shelving up here. When I come back in September, this TV is not going to be here. All this is gone. So this computer, this server computer. By the way, I may use this for streaming. I may make a new server for this. So that's another thing too. I'm considering taking that one for streaming. Only because it's pretty fast, and I can just hook up an extra monitor to that one, and I just dedicate it for streaming. So I'm really considering that one for streaming. Because this one is kind of already old. This one here is pretty old. By the way, I may get a dedicated small computer for the DX web server. You see what I'm saying? That's another thing. That's why right now this computer right now is pretty fast, and I'm kind of wasting it on this server. And I think I should use that one for streaming, with a second monitor like this one. And that's it. For streaming. And then for this one, for the server, You know, I can let me know because the thing is, yeah, let me see. You know, but definitely it's not gonna be right here. I have to move it anyway. Even if I keep this server, it's not gonna be right here. I have to move it. So it might not be. It might be. It might be on this shelf right here. It might be over here somewhere. I don't know yet. I don't know. I don't know. So that's why. Oh, and by the way, one more thing. Yeah, I'll figure it out. But one more thing. And I said this a few months ago, a couple of months ago. I may shut it down for good. By the way, I may shut it down for good anyway. And just use it next and have it ready for next year. Because especially if the minute Tesla puts his up, there's no sense in having mine. So, you know, I don't know. I really wanted to shut this down for a while. But by the way, I'm not gonna have this whole winter. On the winter, meaning I'm not doing all that this year. So I'm gonna say, yeah, you know what? Enjoy it while you have it for July. Probably by August, I'm gonna shut it down for good. Probably for a long time. Maybe. Let me see. Because I may swap this out. I don't know. I really want to get a small PC, but I don't have the budget for it right now. I would like to buy a small PC for it. One of those small. I don't know. By the way, I do have a Raspberry Pi. By the way, I have a Raspberry Pi computer on the other side of that monitor. I would like to use that as an FMDX web server. But that's Raspberry Pi Linux and all that. That's a big learning curve. So I don't know. Jacoby Radio, there would be basically no one except for me if you did. No, because I don't want to have this all year round no more. I'm done with that. I'm done with that. I'm done with all that. I'm you know why I have it right now? Because of FMDXing. I'm only having it on because of FMDXing. Because I'm doing FMDXing on there. You guys come in there and listen, and that's it. If it wasn't for FMDXing, this would be off. Honestly, FMDXing, that's the only reason why this is on. That's it. But I'm not going to have this on no more all year round. I'm not doing that. I can't. Right now, my utilities is, you understand? Another thing, my utilities is going through the roof. I got to cut down on utilities, bro. I'm sorry. That's the reality, bro. Utilities is expensive for here. It's going up every year here. Con Ed is like ripping me off. Con Ed is killing us. Yeah, Con Ed is exactly. So I can't have this stuff running 24. Even if I want to run it 24/7, I can't. There's no cost benefit to it for me. You know, I could put a buy me coffee link in there or PayPal link, but nobody's gonna donate. Nobody's gonna donate, so I'm not gonna bother with it. So right now I'm doing this because FMDXing, because I get content out of this too. You know, I do some catches. I put it on my channel. I by the way, I'm enjoying FMDXing. That's why I'm doing it. If it wasn't for that, I would not have this online right now. For what? What's the benefit? Yeah, by the way, I do get more. By the way, because of this, I have a few people on my Discord because of the server. They know me because of the server. They say, "Oh, you're the Danny guy that runs the server in Yonkers." Okay. So that too. But I don't want to. I don't want this 24/7 for months at a time. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Them days are over. Them days are over. Let's just enjoy the FMDX season. Right now we're in July. Let's enjoy July. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm gonna enjoy the World Cup. Whoever wins, wins. Congratulations to whoever wins. Then I'm gonna take my little break because I need a break. I need a break because honestly, I need a break for a couple of reasons. One, for my personal, mental, whatever. I need a break. I wanna, how you say, recharge my batteries. I want to enjoy the rest of the summer. I need to spend more time with my son over the summer. I'm trying to get him out the house, and we're gonna. Of course, this doesn't help when it's smoke outside. You know, you can't do outdoor stuff when it's smoke outside, but it's frustrating as hell. No, it's not gonna be for good. It's just I really want, like when there's enhanced conditions and all that, I'll have the server online and all that. But I don't want to have it every day just sitting there. I don't want to do that no more. I'm done with that. That's all. I can't do that. I can't. Right now our utilities is crazy, man. I can't be. It's just Con Ed. Con Ed is we're here in Yonkers is crazy right now. It's just a county. Our county is like one of the highest tax counties in the country. We're up there. So, that's why I have it running because I'm using it. I'm using it too. I'm using it. I'm using it like when the conditions are really good, I lock it down. I put the admin lock. I close the chat because I don't want nobody annoying me when I'm making my video. That's why I have it on. I check on it. When I have it on, I check on it to see if conditions pop up and then oh my god, okay, look, I got this. That's how I do it. It comes and it goes, boom, just like that. I don't have it on all day anymore because, sometimes I'll leave it on for a weekend. Like tonight, I'm going to leave it on for probably, I'm going to be up. I'm going to be up probably all night. So I'm going to leave it on. But when I go to bed, I'll turn it off. So when I finally fall asleep, I'll turn it off. Or maybe not. Or maybe I'll just fall asleep. But I don't want to have it on 24/7, weeks at a time. I'm not doing that. I never did that anyway. But right away, I don't want to do that anymore. That ship sails. I don't want to do that anymore. So let me read what it says here. Yeah, kind of. I know, Andy. Yeah, because this season for Tropo, but when Tesla has a server, it's like, yeah, the Yonkers server. Nah, it's not going to be like that either. It's just that I don't want to have it on. You know how last winter I had it on, for AMDXC and all that? I even put the other, I put the other plug in that you could tune the other bands. I'm not doing that no more. I'm done with that. Because it's too noisy now. It's too noisy to put shortwave here with the antenna and all that, So that's just, I decided it's just going to be FM only. That's all. I really want to just focus on when conditions are right, FMDXing. That's it. Medium wave now, I don't really care anymore about that. I'll save that for the boiler room. That's another thing. I'm going to reroute my antenna to a boiler room. I'm going to take down the U-loop. I'm going to put the MLA 30 going into the boiler room. And maybe I may even put the MFJ 86 loop going into the boiler room. So that's why I want to change things up. Of course, I do need I have to reconnect the end fed for the ham radio. I do need to do that too. I just want to, every few years you got to change things up a little bit. But yeah, this format with the screen here, I never felt really comfortable with it. You know, I thought it was gonna, I thought it was really gonna blow up the channel. I shouldn't say that, but I thought it was gonna really enhance the channel. But it hasn't done anything like that. So I noticed, people like a lot of people actually miss. A lot of people actually miss the old format. So I want to bring that back. A lot of people miss the radios in the background and all the stuff in the background, and me had the radios on the side, and maybe I don't know. They don't really care about the screen in the background. So I'm gonna just move. I'm gonna put the screen over there. I can still watch my game and all that. When I do live stream and I'm watching the game, I can still watch my game. And like next year Super Bowl and all that, I'm still gonna do all that. But I don't want to have the screen here. I have to be doing this. I have to be moving the camera. I don't want to do all that no more. I'm done with that. That's all. But I really miss the. I watch my old videos and I do miss the look. I do miss the background. I'm not, like I was collecting all these patches, things like that. I have my the QSLs up there and all that. I still have them all on the wall and all that. I want to put more QSLs up. I want to do things like that. So I want to go back to that. I want to go back to the basic. Chicken be ready, right? My web server is mostly running in the winter time. I'm mostly here listening to anything when I go to school. In the summertime, I'm going to try my best running an Otis. Okay. And now I'm running 24/7. Yeah, but that's another thing. I need to cut down on the that's another thing. I need to make more effort in cutting down more utility costs and all utility stuff. Because it's not cheap. This is not free, bro. What I do here is not free. Everything costs money, bro. These lights, everything costs money. So, I'm not getting blessed, bro. I'm not getting blessed every time I come on here and all that. So, my ad revenue is, I'm not getting the views. That's why I tell people, but I don't care. But if you got to play my playlist in the background, I got to get the views. Because YouTube demonetized me, that's the end of the channel. I'm going to tell you that right now. The day YouTube demonetized me, I'll be done with this channel. I'm not going to make no more content for this channel. This channel will stay like this. I'll move on. So, when I keep saying that, please like and share. Like and share. Share the video. You want on another forum or server, and you see a video that I posted, post it up, say, yeah, look. Or go through my library and say, oh, this guy made a video on this. Show me. Instead of talking about some other channel, talk about my channel. How about that? Talk about my channel. People talking about all these other channels come on here. Oh, this guy. No, talk about my channel somewhere else. They might not like it, but I mean, I'm at the point now where I should be getting. I should have had a bigger following now. I should not be at 6,000. Honestly, I should be at 20,000 right now. I really believe that I should have been way over 20,000 right now, with about 4 million views, if not more. But I don't know what it is. Whatever. That's fine. I'll get there anyway. Eventually, I'll get there anyway. I'm not far from 10,000. I'm about to hit 7,000. I'm like, what, 250 something away from 7,000. And 7,000, you got 8,000. And then I'll be knocking on the door and 10,000 subs. You know, like Ocean Digital reached out to me and they say, oh, we like the fact that we read your email and we really like the fact that you like our product. And I guess I could get sponsors. But I don't want to get them until I get to a certain number. I've been approached by a few sponsors. Like sponsors, like, you know, I could make the video and say, by the way, this video is brought to you by blah, 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 blah. I don't want to go there yet. But if I have to, I will. Get a little extra money, I will. I will be like, this video is sponsored by so-and-so, so-and-so, whatever. And then that's it. People may not like it, but that's what's going to happen at some point. But I want to get to, there's a number I want to get to, and there's another number I want to get to. And then, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say that too. By the way, don't mention other channels on here no more. I'm done with that too. I know people like his channel, and that's great. But I'm going to let that one go. Next one, I'm going to delete it. Because I'm done with that. Yeah, I'm done with that. I already made that clear. I made that clear a couple of weeks ago. Do not mention any other channels on my live stream no more. I'm done with that. I'm done. If you guys cannot blow up my channel, then don't mention other channels. That's it. I don't care about any other channel. I'm done with that. Now, if he's a subscriber to this channel, if he was a subscriber to this channel, then so be it. But since he's not a subscriber to this channel, I don't want his name mentioned on my channel. Period. You can mention your channel, and you can mention his channel because they're here. As a matter of fact, they mention his videos. That's fine. But if he's not a subscriber to this channel, I don't want them on my Discord. I'm not posting any links of their channel on my Discord and on my chat. I don't want to hear about them. I'm done with that. I already made that. I made that clear 2 weeks ago. I'm done with that. And that's it. I know some people like to go there every Friday and hang out there. That's great. You can do that. I don't tell people who to watch. That's your business. Do not mention it on my channel. That's it. Yeah. Andy, yeah, this video is sponsored by Midlane or Secret. Yeah, that won't happen. Not anytime soon. Secret never approached me for anything. I have not really reached out to them anyway. But no, actually, that's the other thing. That's the other thing too. I'm also, another thing I'm going to be doing after I come back, I am going to be steering more away from radio also. I won't feature radio stuff, of course. That is my main thing here. It is radio, but it also and tech portion. So I will start talking about other stuff, make other videos. Yeah, I've been different things like company wanted me to review solar generator and things like that. I wrote back to them, but then I don't know, they were asking for too much other nonsense, and I just said forget it. So solar generator, that would have been nice to own a solar power. We're talking about $800 solar power generator. It was like $900. I really wanted one too, so I was. But then they were asking too many things, too many questions, too many. I was like, yeah, forget it. I don't want strings too many strings attached. If you want me to talk about it, I'll talk about it. I'll make videos on there. If I really like the product, I'll talk about it on my live streams over and over. That's what I do. That's what I do with products like this one. I talk about it over and over. You can't pay for all the stuff publicity of radio like this. Between me and Mary DX, we've been talking about this radio for the last month. Now, between Mary DX and I, we're bringing this radio back attention. This radio's been around for a while, by the way. But lately, Mary DX and I have been talking about this radio. So we're kind of bringing this radio back from the dead. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah. But yeah, yeah. No, don't worry about it, Chicopee. It's just I don't want people to use my channel as just mentioning other channels. It's not gonna happen no more. I'm done with that. It's not your fault. You didn't know, but I already made it clear 2 weeks ago. That's one rule I'm gonna have here. I'm gonna really do not mention other channels, especially if they're not subscribers to this channel. If they're not subscribed to this channel or they're not a member of my Discord group, I don't want them mentioned here at all. I don't care how much people like them. I don't care. That's it. No, I need to do what other channels do that. I used to be very liberal with all that. Now I'm done. Now I need to. That's it. No more. So, same thing with FMDX web server. I know you get excited when a new one launches, but you can't be posting those links on my forum because they're not part of my Discord. They have their own group. It's called fmdx.org. That they can do the announcements in there for the FMDX web server and all that. Not announcements. The showcase. This is called showcase. So they have their own avenue that they can do all that there. They don't need to be advertised on my Discord. My Discord is my Discord. I cleaned it up. I got rid of over 300 members. I got rid of over 300 suspected. Most of them were either bot accounts or whatever. So right now it's down to like 50 people. About 50 people, I believe. It might even be less than that. So I cleaned up now. Now it's exclusivity. You know, so now people on my server, you know, they know do not post other people's channels on my server because I will give you the boot. That's it. I'm not free advertising any other channel. That's not happening. I'm done with that. Them days are over. Them days are fucking over. I'm sorry. I gotta say it like that. I have to say it like that. Chicken Be Radio. I mostly use my ER50 for listening to station, and it's a great radio. Yeah, I know. I miss my Midland ER310. I mean, I had the 210. Yeah, the 210. That's the one I missed that. I missed that radio. I sold it to my brother because he kept asking for it, and I said, "You want it?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "I'll buy it for you." I said, "You know what? Here, take it." He gave me like $30 for it. I wasn't gonna sell it, but he just insisted on it. So, I still have the box right there. It's surrounded the box. I saw one on eBay the other day, and I was gonna pick it up, and I came back. It was sold out. I think they were selling it for like 20. He was asking for like $25, but it said make offer, so I said I'll give you 20. He said no. He said 25. I said, and somebody bought it. I would have bought that radio back. But it's okay. I didn't really want it. I should have said I did want the radio, but not that badly. I bought this one for $17 because the opportunity was there. That's why I bought it. Will I pay $40 for this radio? Hell no. What's the regular price on this radio? I think it's for like $50 on Amazon, $49.99 or whatever it is. I wouldn't pay that much for this radio. $17, $17 Walmart clearance, I'll take it. But that's it. I'm not gonna pay full regular price. Nope. 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 I'm an opportunist, bro. I'm not buying everything. I'm not buying stuff full price. I got a lot of radios here. I don't buy anything full price no more. I never did really, but I definitely won't buy it now full price. So yeah. Yeah. Hello, Urban CV. Hope you're doing well. James Farley, have you been using the digital, the gimbal camera? No, I haven't used it lately because I haven't. When I was on the roof that day, it was spontaneous. And plus that one, I can't stream. I can't stream with. I mean, I could stream with that one if I hook it up with the phone, but I don't want to do all that. But I shot videos with it, and you saw some of the videos. The last time I went up to the roof, just I took that one. Of course, I haven't had a chance to go for a long walk. I haven't had a chance to do all that because all this stuff going in this house. But anyway, of course, we do plan to go somewhere. I don't know. We're thinking about a few places. So I definitely will take it with me for when I travel. So now that camera, since that's the Pocket One, that one has some limitations. Like that one does not have a pause button. So when you shoot video, you have to shoot and stop it. That's it. There's no pause button. So it's a very, it's the original, Of course, the later models have all those other features now, but that one does not have a pause button. So when you shoot a video for that one, you have to let it roll, shoot the video, bring it back here, edit it, and then, And then this computer, for example, this computer. When you're dealing with 4K content, this computer is too slow. To render that in editing software is too slow. Because of the video editor over here, the 4K, I have something called Clip Sham, whatever. Anyway, I don't do that. I downgrade it to 1080 because it's too much of a hassle. So when I shoot a video like that I have to edit, when I shoot that camera, I just try to shoot it and upload it. But if I had to shoot it and I had to do edit, then I downgrade it to 1080 because I don't have the video software. Well, this computer can't do it. It's too slow. That computer behind me could probably is better because that one has a 4 gig video card and all that. So that one I can render 4K content for editing. This one I can't do that. This one I have to downgrade it to 1080p. And I don't have. That's one thing. I don't have a modern computer here. All these computers are pretty old. So that camera, it does 4K 60 frames per second. What I do is when I shoot, I just let it shoot, and I just upload that video straight to YouTube. I haven't done no editing yet. But if I had to do editing, I will have to downgrade the video. Something like Windows Movie. You know what I use for editing? Windows Movie Maker. I still use that for basic editing because I don't do a lot of editing. And of course, they do have one that does 4K from Microsoft called the Clip Champ, whatever it's called. I only used it a couple of times, but this computer was too slow. It was like molasses trying to render the video, and oh my god, it's like watching paint dry. So I need to, if I'm really gonna do some 4K editing, I need a real fast. I need a gaming PC, like a real, like latest and greatest type thing. So that's why that camera, when I shoot, I just shoot the video and upload it. Hook up the camera straight to the USB, upload it right. USB to the hard drive to YouTube. That's it. But if I had to edit, then I had to downgrade the video. That means open up the editor, and then when I save the movie, it's at 1080. So I downgrade the video. Because Windows Movie Maker does not have 4K. And I can't do it anyway. It's too freaking slow on this PC. Like maybe small movie clips. Like usually a small movie clip, I just if there's no blooper in there and I messed up, I just upload it directly. Because it's getting to that point where these computers, this computer has been around. This computer was around before my channel started. I started in 2016. This computer I think was 2013 when we bought this one right here. This HP. This one was a trash can. Fine. This Dell behind me, XPS. This was a trash can find that 8 years ago. I found that one in the trash. You see what I'm saying? So I don't have no latest and greatest. This one is pretty new, but when I say new, I'm talking about this one is the newer out of all of them. This one. It's the newer out of all of them. This one is about 6 years old. It's maybe 7. But out of all of them, this one is the new. That one behind me, I found that in the trash 8 years ago. That computer has been out for a long time. That computer I think is about I think it's like 10 years or more than that. That was a gaming PC. One behind me, the Dell. This computer we bought in 2013, but this computer was around for a few years before that. And this HP gave me problems for years. I mean, not me, my wife, it gave problems. This was my wife's PC. It gave her problems. And I'm not a fan of HP computers. I have HP laptops. Always giving me problems within a few years. HP computers are horrible. HP servers are not bad for servers. But for PCs, I'd rather have a Dell or a Lenovo. That's a Lenovo. It's a Lenovo. But HP, I call it horrible product. Horrible product. That's what they call it. Horrible product, right? That guy, I forgot his channel. He's always calling it horrible product. Yeah, HP. Always had issues with HP. I have laptops sitting over there in the closet. 1 or 2 years working fine, all of a sudden the screen go blank. Now the screen is, on a laptop, screen is blank forever. HP. My laptop that I was using for live streaming for years ago, remember that? I still have it. It's right. It's in the other. What's that? Oh, it's somewhere over here. It's in the screen. You turn it on. You gotta wait like 5 minutes for the screen to come on. It's all messed up colors, glitchy. It has to warm up, and then you get the color screen like regular. It's horrible. Always had issues with the laptops at HP. Oh my god, I don't buy them, please. The laptops that lasted me for a long time are Dells. All my Dell laptops, I have Dell laptops that go back 15 years. I still have them. I could turn it on and start up. Windows XP, boom. HP, you turn it on, you don't even see the screen. It's blank. Blank. Horrible. Or the USB goes out after a year or two. The sound, usually one of the USB ports go bad. It's always something glitchy. There's always something. So that's what I can't. I would never recommend it, but I would not buy HP. Um, James Farley, my son gave me his old Toshiba gaming laptop. Okay, Toshiba. Yeah, that's old. Do they even make any type of computers now? But yeah, HP. Can't stand HP. I will never buy anything HP. Mm-mm. This Lenovo is pretty good. This is a Lenovo. All in one Lenovo. But unfortunately, now when you go to the big box places, that's where they sell HP. That's actually the cheapest computer you can buy now, the HPs. If you want to buy like an Acer, that's more expensive now. Acer used to be a budget brand. Now Acer, when you go to Walmart, you see an Acer computer and an HP. The HP is always going to be the cheapest. The Acer is more like the elite now. That's like the gaming PC, the Acer or the Asus. You right there, Asus. Asus is like elite now. Compare HP is like low budget, cheap. It's gonna break down in a couple of years. The Asus is the one that costs a lot more money. That's Walmart. Asus or Acer is a more expensive than an HP. Go figure that out. Yeah, go figure. My first computer, my 286, was an Acer. That was an Acer. And that computer was good. That was a rock solid 286. I sold it after a year, whatever. I sold it to, 2 years. I sold it to my neighbor. I wish I would have never sold it. That would have been a retro computer collectible right now. That 286. .286 computer running Windows 3.0. Windows 3.0. Let me eat one of these. My beer got warm. I'm ready to open up and I'll put that one back in the freezer for a few minutes. Here we go. They're hot. Dynameter. They're on the hot scale. See? Ooh. Hot. I bought my Acer laptop from Staples for $200 running Vista. Oh my God, Vista was the worst. Vista was a disaster. I had a laptop that had Vista. It was a Dell laptop. It had Vista. Horrible. The laptop was pretty good, but it had Vista. So eventually, as soon as Windows 7 came out, I put Windows 7 on it. As soon as Windows 7 came out, I said, please. And Windows 7 came out. And I was like, yeah. I put Windows 7 in it. Windows 7 was a blessing. Windows 8, I never had Windows. My brother had a Windows 8 computer. I never had Windows 8 computer. I never had Windows 8 computer anywhere. That was a horrible. Windows 8 was another horrible version of Windows. Windows 8 was horrible. They were trying to make it like a tablet type OS with the stupid menus, and it was horrible. I hated Windows 8. My brother had Windows 8 computer. And Danny, his computer, and I would go to his computer. I said, "Why you got this fucking stupid Windows 8 here. I said, you don't want to upgrade? And he's like, oh, get used to it. I was like, you know, I can put Windows 10 on this, right? He's like, oh. He still uses it today. It's slow as hell. It's like slow as molasses. Windows 8. He's still using Windows 8. Ooh. I told him, you know, you can do Windows 10, right? Oh. Well, the guy's like stingy. You know, he's like stingy. He's like stingy. Stingy brother. He was having issues with the computer. I told him, yeah, it's going to cost you. But he thought I was going to do it for free. I said, no. Oh, you have a problem with the computer? It's going to cost you. Because, you know, my time is money. I'm not going to sit here for 3 hours cleaning up your malware shit. Well, pay up. So the computer was dead. They didn't want to boot up. I did a couple of things, you know, of course, recovery mode, but I mean, oh my God, you brought it back to life. I said, that's right. That's right. It's going to cost you. But he couldn't get it to boot up. It kept crashing. He's like, you're the man. You're the man. That's right, I'm the man. Yeah, pay up or get off my server. Now the same brother that lives upstairs. He's like so fucking cheap. Ungrateful and all that. Well, you know. He didn't want it in the Bronx now. The one that moved out of here. He's another one that was like that. Every time he used to, cause his shit would get, you know, he watches, you know, the one in the Bronx. He used to watch a lot of, you know. So you get all that. He used to get all that malware. So he's a dirty old guy. He's a dirty old guy. You watch all this dirty old stuff. The other one too. You watch this dirty old stuff. Cause I'm looking through, you know, cause you know when you type in something, you see the browser history. You're like, I'm like, what the hell, man? You see some. Of course, one is straight and one is not. One is gay and one is straight. So of course, this one I have to watch the fucking bears and shit. You know what's a bear, right? Not the polar bear. Not the what the fuck is this, man? I don't want to see this shit. I gotta go to the browser. Yeah, see, it's yo, James, I gotta see other. What the hell's? What the hell is a twink? Oh my god! Oh my god! Yo, I know about all these terms. Like, you know, because I was watching what's that sitcom? The other day I got reminded about it. What's that sitcom? What's that sitcom? I forgot about the sitcom. The one with the two waitresses. I don't know the name of it. You know the sitcom, the one with the two waitresses. One of them has the the cleavage. So anyway, they were in a sauna, and they were like, of course, the one with the cleavage. I think her name is Kat Dennings. Yeah, her name is Kat Dennings. Anyway, she sells the other one. Oh, we got bear. There's bears outside. Oh, not two girls in one cup. It's not two girls in one cup. Not that. Come on, don't do that to my live stream. Is that they waitresses? I forgot the name of the sitcom. That they waitresses. What's the name of the sitcom? Anyway, I saw a video the other day on YouTube, right? So it's, what's the name of the sitcom? Anyway, so Kat Dennings, I don't know what the character, I know the actress, Kat Dennings. So she says, oh, there's bears right outside. So the other one said, no, bears, oh my God. I'm afraid of it. And then these two guys come in. These two hairy guys come in. I'm like, what the? So those type of bears. So, okay, it's large gay men. All right? That's what that's what a bear is a large, hairy, gay man. There you go. Okay, everybody out there, that's what a bear is. That's what they call a bear. A large gay guy. A hairy guy, preferably. That's what they like. They call them bears. Like teddy bears or whatever bear. So this, I'm not on the computer. Fixing is going to be, what you see is bear links. And, that's what you see. Bears. There you go. See, now you know something new in this channel. Bears. Not the polar bears. Not the koala bears. But the other bears. The ones that they're friendly at a local bar. There you go. I know the chat is like falling off the rails now. The chat, the live chat is going off the rails now. That 3 hours in is going off the rails now. 1 o'clock in the morning. So of course, ain't nobody here that's So it's going off the rails now. Sorry, folks. I haven't even finished this first beer yet. I haven't even finished the first beer and it's already going off the rails. Yeah, so I'm, he got malware in his computer, whatever. Of course, they're looking at bear content, whatever the hell it is. What do you think is gonna happen? Or whatever content. I don't understand it, but that's just me. I don't want to make that joke. I forgot who made that joke about that. They look at another man's hairy ass and say, "Ooh, I gotta have that now." Andrew Dice Clay said that, right? Oh man, it's going off the rails now. Okay, let's wait. I'm driving the bus. I'm about to go off the road. Let me get back on the road. Okay, let me get back on the road with the bus. I'm about to go off the road. Off the cliff. All right, let me get back on the road. Let me steer the bus back on the road. All right, let's steer back. We went from computers to bears. Oh my God. George Carlin. I don't know what. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have that. I think it was Dice Clay that might have said that. But I'm sure many comedians said it. So, you know. But I remember Dice Clay saying that. Looking at another man's ass. Yeah, it had to be Dice. Now I'm thinking about the joke now. I'm thinking about the joke. I think it was Dice. And he says, "Oh yeah, I gotta have that." All right, should I keep going? Or should I end the stream? It's up to you guys. If you want me to keep going, I gotta go get another one right now. I'm gonna crack open another one. I got okay. Ooh, hot. Hot. If you want me to keep going, I'll keep going. Unless if you guys are tired and calling it a night, then I end it. I'm gonna stay up. I'm gonna stay up anyway, so I ain't going anywhere tonight. Well, I ain't getting up early in the morning. Because my next live stream will be Sunday for the World Cup. My next live stream will be the final one for the summer for the World Cup final. And who's going to win the World Cup? I'm rooting for Spain. I'm rooting for Spain, but I think Argentina is going to win. They just have too much magic. They're just finding ways to win. When you have that much luck, that's destiny. That's destiny. Right now, if I had to bet money, I would bet on Argentina. I would bet on Argentina, but my heart wants Spain to win because I don't want them to repeat. Anyway, I'll be right back. Let me go get another one. That one in there. Okay. Let me go get another one and another and another and another. This could be legendary tonight. This could be legendary tonight. This could be one of those legendary streams tonight. All-time stream. Because this one, and then I'm going to do the World Cup final, and then I'm going to take a break. And then when I come back, it'll be the anniversary of this channel. After Sunday, it'll be the 10-year anniversary of this channel. And I'm hoping I will get 1 million total views. Although that one is going to be, I don't know, because that's tough. I need to get 59,000 views by September 11th. Right now it's July 17th. So I will have to get 59,000 views. So that's going to be tough. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. Unless, I say, you guys, take my main playlist and play it in the background. Play it in the background, people. If 100 people in this channel were to take my playlist and play it in the background for 3 hours, that will really boost up the channel in terms of views. And then I will get the, you know, it's like a train, you know, you know. So, you know, have an extra PC out there. Put my playlist on. Let it play. Let it play all day. How about that? Let it play all day. I want to get to the million. I want to hit 1 million before the anniversary. Otherwise, it's going to take a little longer. I'm going to get there anyway. I'm getting there. I'm at 940. Let me check right now where I'm at. As of right now, let me see. Let me go to my YouTube channel. Man, I want that milestone. I want that milestone badly. 941,429. Okay. So I'm halfway through 941,000. Excuse me. So 58.5 thousand away from the 1 million. I want that 1 million. I want that 1 million view. I know some people already got it. I know T-Red since you got it, he got it. Andy got it. Andy got 2 million. Andy got 2 million views in his channel. Me, I haven't get 1 million yet. I want to get to the 1 million already. I need the 1 million already. Oh shit, sorry. Cheers. So I need you guys to help me. And then after that, hopefully the next 1 million won't take 10 years. So you know, but yeah. And I'm going to be doing other stuff for this channel later on. I will do some gaming here. Retro gaming here. I'm going to do some of that. I'm going to do some other stuff here, live streaming like that. I'm going to do that's why I want to have a set up a computer for retro gaming. Because the problem is, this computer right here can do it. But I need a better monitor. So now I'm going to dedicate that one for that. I'm thinking about really using this one for streaming. Just streaming. And then, I don't know. But I think I'd order that one. But like I said, anyway, it was another thing that came up today. I don't want to talk about it, but my wife is kind of... Well, let me see. I'm going to apply for some job over here. And I could just buy a new PC. Buy a new fast gaming PC. But yeah. The Bears, yeah, the Chicago Bears. The Bears. Are they really gonna move to Indiana or something? Where's Todd when I need Todd? I know he mentioned it that they might move. That's crazy. That's sacrilege. That's blasphemy. Imagine the Bears moving outside of Chicago. Wow. I mean, anything is possible. I mean, look at the Oakland Raiders. Remember, they were the Oakland Raiders. Then they went to LA. And they came back to Oakland. Now they're the Las Vegas Raiders. Like, I never thought that would happen. The Las Vegas Raiders, right? And then the LA Rams. Remember the original LA Rams moved to St. Louis? The LA Rams, remember when they had Eric Dickerson and all that? What is it? Remember Lou Ferragamo and all that? I don't forget what that guy. Vincent Ferragamo. I forgot that. A long time ago. LA Rams went to St. Louis. Of course, they won a Super Bowl there, right? Greatest show on turf. Then they moved back to LA and they won a Super Bowl. So the LA Rams are now in LA. And same thing happened with the Chargers. Remember the San Diego Chargers? Originally, by the way, the San Diego Chargers was the Los Angeles Chargers, the AFL, right? Then they moved down to San Diego. And then they came back to LA Chargers. So it's crazy. So, but the Bears that's like the Packers moving out of Green Bay. That's like the Green Bay Packers moving out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, and to another state. That's crazy. So the Bears will move to Indiana? That's crazy. But then again, remember the Colts? Remember the Baltimore Colts? Remember Don Shula, Baltimore Colts. Then they moved to Indianapolis Colts. Yeah, Cleveland Browns. Yeah, I remember the Cleveland. They moved to the Cleveland Browns moved to Baltimore to become the Ravens, right? Yeah, they moved. I remember the Cleveland Browns left to Baltimore to become the Ravens, right? Baltimore Ravens was the Cleveland Browns. Wasn't it? It was, right? A few years after the Colts left, then Baltimore needed a team, and Cleveland left to Baltimore to become the Ravens. And then Cleveland didn't have a team. Cleveland did not have a team. Right? Yeah, they did move because the Houston Oilers became the Tennessee Titans. I remember Houston Oilers went to Tennessee and be with the Tennessee Oilers, and they became the Titans. Now I have to look it up. Yeah, I think it was Cleveland Browns. Okay, I was going to scratch with this hand. Cleveland Browns became, Baltimore Ravens. The Minneapolis become so Art Modell in 1995 announced his intention to move to Baltimore. So he did. And then in 1999, the NFL reactivated the Browns as an expansion team. So the original Cleveland Browns under Art Modell moved to Baltimore. And became the Ravens. And of course, they won Super Bowls. They won Super Bowls in Baltimore. They won 2 of them, right? So far, 2 of them. 2 Super Bowls as Ravens. And then in 1999, Cleveland Browns became an expansion team. So it was a brand new. And by the way, they took all the records and gave it to the expansion team. So all the records that were Cleveland Browns / Baltimore. They said, no, Cleveland Browns, you own the records. Baltimore only has records for as Baltimore. The team records and all that. Okay, so yeah, so Cleveland Brown. This Cleveland Brown was an expansion team from 1999. That's crazy. So Chicago. Oh, you know that can happen. By the way, you know that can happen, right? Chicago moves to Indianapolis. They get a whole new name. Well, not Indianapolis. Well, they say Indiana. So it would be like another Indiana team. Wow. And then what would happen? Ah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, so you're not gonna be out for a while, man. If you want me to stay on, I'll stay on for another whatever. I don't care. I'm gonna stay up all night. I don't care. My wife's calling out tomorrow, and then she's gonna be off on the weekend, so they're gonna be sleeping late today. Well, she's probably sleeping already, and he's playing right now. I can hear him. He's playing. He doesn't want to go back to school anytime soon. He's like, I don't remind him. I said, no, let him enjoy. I told him, enjoy. You know what? Enjoy your summer, whatever. He said, but when you go back to school in September, that's it. You can't be missing too many days anymore. Yeah, his grades were not good the last term. But I blame being too soft on him. Plus, in fairness, the two teachers that he had, they were both like when I met them last September, like the first meeting, and they were like talking to the whole class. They were talking to the whole class. They were like, "Well, every student has to do 30 minutes of reading for this," and then she says, "Oh, they got to do 20 minutes of math on this computer." So already an hour. They're already adding an hour of extra work, like every day after school. I'm like, wait a minute. Why'd you give these kids so much homework? Like, give them homework. Okay, I get it. First of all, not every day, but over an hour worth of work combined. So they're already in school for whatever hours of the day. Now you got to give them another hour of work. Like, they want to come home and relax. Like, come on. Like, I think there was. I told my wife, I said, no, this teacher, she's too much. Too much of the homework. I get it that, they have to reinforce certain things. But that's too much. Like, oh, the requirement is that my students have to read 30 minutes a day. 30 minutes a day, some fucking book. Let me tell you, the reality is kids don't care about. Listen, these kids today, I'm going to tell you, listen, let me tell you. Let me break it down to you guys. And I don't know if he's still here, he's sleeping, whatever. Listen, these kids today are more tech savvy than me and you was in our 20s. Okay? Because they have access to more information in their fingertips. These kids today, yeah, they may have a issue with motivation and things like that, be outside, that type of thing. But in terms of IQ, in terms of like learning, in terms of just having access to information, is at their fingertips. So they actually learn more earlier than we did. As yeah. And that's the only thing. They don't have the the life skill to be out to deal with people and all that stuff. The I'm gonna call it the street smart. In my case, I think it's called the street smart. And that's what he doesn't have. He doesn't have no street smart, but he could code. This kid could code. He's smart, in, the math and that. But his street smart, he's not. He's nowhere near that. But I don't expect it to be. He's 11 years old. 11 years old. I wasn't street smart at 11 years old. I was not street smart when I was 11 years old. So yeah, but they have access to so much more information than we do. When I was when I was around his age, 12 years old, I wanted to learn about baseball and all that. I had to go to the library. Encyclopedia. By the way, you can't take it home. You had to sit in any reference book. When you go to the library, you can't check them out outside the library. You have to sit there, and so you sit there and you open up the reference book, and I started reading the whole thing about baseball, the history of baseball, all that stuff. It was in a library. I had to sit there and read all that stuff. These kids now, they can watch videos. They don't even have to read. They can just watch videos on all that stuff. It's on their phone instantly. Me, I had to walk. My library, when I lived in the Bronx, my library was 7 blocks away. 8 blocks away. I would walk to the library. They don't open every day. You have to wait till they open. Then you go in there. You got to look for the book. So in my case, it was a reference book. The reference book is like the encyclopedias and all. Those are the books that you're not allowed to take out. You have to read them. You have to read them in the library. You cannot take those out. So any book like a dictionary, encyclopedia, you have to read it in the library. So of course you got to take notes or whatever. But I would read them. I would sit there and read them. Whatever, an hour or two, I would hang out in the library reading all that stuff. And then I would take out another type of book, like a smaller book of other baseball, whatever, or some, But the reference book, you couldn't take them out. You had to read them. You had to read them in the library. So now you got all this stuff. My oldest brother, the one that, may he rest in peace, he passed away. My oldest brother, Papa, he bought that. He did buy an encyclopedia set. But we lost it when we had the fire. When I was like 7, before we moved to that, when we lived in the South Bronx, he bought an encyclopedia set. We had the whole encyclopedia. It was Funk and Wagon. What is it? James Farley. It was Funk and Wagonless, whatever. Wagon. The dictionary we had at Webster's. The dictionary was like this big. We had a dictionary that was like this big, this thick, like this thick. But encyclopedia, it was Funk and something Wagonless or something. So, yeah, you can make copies of something, but it wasn't free. It wasn't free. It wasn't free. Anyway, so that's one we have Funk and Wagonless or something. I can't pronounce it. I know it was Funk and something. Let me go. I'm gonna Google it real quick. I Googled it before a few months back. Funk Yeah, Wang. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna put this in the chat. Let me put this in the chat. Anyway, that's the one I had. No, Funk and Wagnalls. Something like that. Funk and Wagnalls. Anyway, that's the one I had. I had that one. It was I thought it was Wagnalls, but it's Wagnalls. So that's the one that my brother bought. But when we had that fire in 1974, we lost the whole. We lost everything. That our apartment got burned out. We lost the whole building was on fire. We lost everything. We lost everything. So we lost all of that. We lost everything. I remember that was a horrible fire. That was in the South Bronx. I lived in 2 apartments in the South Bronx. Both of them we got burned out. We lost both apartments because of fire. And then finally, when we moved to the last the neighborhood that I lived in for the last 40 years was in that neighborhood. The one that I'm not gonna mention streets here, but yeah. So that encyclopedia said we lost all that because of a fire. So these kids now have so much information. They have so much access to information in their fingertips. You know, if we would have had the same access to information, we would have been the same way. I think so. We had to go to the library. We had to go to the library to read reference books, encyclopedias. Forget about it. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It was expensive, like 15 cents a page to make copies. Hello, Myra. Yes, good morning. Guess you can't sleep yet. No, I woke up late and I'm gonna be up all night tonight. I said I'm gonna be up all night tonight. And then my next live stream will be the World Cup final. My next live stream after this is gonna be the World Cup final, and then I'm gonna take a break for the summer. So I'll take a break for the summer after that. But yeah, the World Cup final, I'm going to root for Spain, of course. But I'm going to say it, Argentina, I think they're going to go all the way. I think they're going to go all the way. I think, I don't know. They just come back and, you know. I mean, Spain is a great team. So it's my last hope that Spain wins. It's my last hope, but yeah. No, I think the coach has the blame for this. You have to blame the coach. Yeah, I know. Don't talk about England. I know. What a bad performance. No, it was the coach. The coach ruined it. You have 23 minutes left in the game in regular time. They went to the defense. They just, you can't do that. You can't give them half of the field. They should have kept playing the same way. You should have kept attacking. But they went back to the whole, let's put every defender back. And by the way, if you're going to do that, Then put defenders in. Get some fresh legs in. He didn't do that. It's like he didn't know what he wanted to do, this coach. And by the way, Egypt did the same thing. Egypt, when they had the lead, they went back to the whole stupid defensive thing. Like, this is Argentina. You could be up by 3 goals. It's not safe. Exactly. You had the chance to rattle Argentina, 2 attacking players. But when they went into that defensive position, now Argentina doesn't even have to bring the ball down. You're giving your side is everything is on their side. Everything is on the England side of the field, and Argentina's just taking shots. Bing, bing. It's a matter of time before 1 or 2 are gonna go in. So I think the coach fucked everything up. He should have kept attacking Argentina. Maybe he would have knocked in another goal, really rattled them. Now going to with a half an hour left, with 30 minutes total left, you went into this defensive position. And if you're gonna go in that position, then bring in all your defenders. I'm not an expert in football, but I can even tell you that. It was, you knew they were going to score. They were going to score. They're too good of a team that they were going to score. You was not going to shut them out. You was not going to shut them out. They're too good of a team. Plus, they have that intangible, you know, they're going to get that call. They're going to get that call sooner or later that, oh, Messi's going to get a penalty kick or something, you know. So you score that goal, you got to go after another goal. Really, right after that, get another goal. Not sit back after 1 goal. That was a horrible mistake that the coach did. Horrible. Hello, Shortwave Archive. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you live this evening. Thank you. Yeah, I know. No, Mexico wouldn't have done any better. Norway, well, maybe Norway would have done a better. Maybe, I don't know. No, but you had the game. You had them rattled. When they scored that goal, it was like the 75th minute. It was like the 75th minute when you scored that goal. They were rattled. But then they went into that whole defensive thing. And I'm like, why are they not attacking? They had to keep attacking. Exactly. Exactly. That never works. That rarely works, that whole defensive thing. It doesn't work. Yeah, it works if you have a couple of goals, maybe. But we're talking about the defending World Cup champion with the greatest player. You can't do that with Argentina. You might get away with it with a Bosnia. See, USA kind of did that. Yeah, USA kind of got away with that. But they had to. By the way, USA had to because USA had to do it with 10 men. When they did that with Bosnia, they scored that goal, and then they lost that player. They were down to 10 men for almost 30 minutes. But they had to because they were 10 men. And they still scored another goal. The USA team, when they beat Bosnia, they were down 10 men, and they still got another goal on Bosnia. It don't happen often, but you can't do it with Argentina. I'm sorry. It was already they should have looked at the tape from Egypt. They should have said Egypt was up 2 goals. not much time, and they blew it. Egypt tried it, and they blew it. You know, we're talking about second level tier teams, not the number one, not the defending world champion. You can't do that to the defending world champion. You have to keep attacking. So I think England, I think that was their game for the taking, and the coach, I blame it on the coach. I blame it squarely on the coach. That's the coach's fault. He should have kept attacking. The team played well. The coach blew it for them. That team, the goalie was the goalkeeper. The English goalkeeper was phenomenal. He did everything he can. He's phenomenal. The coach blew it for them. He blew the game. He should be fired. As a matter of fact, he should be fired for that. They should fire him for that. I'm sorry. You had the game. You had them 75th minute, whatever it was. You scored you took the lead. You have them rattled now. Now you got to keep pounding them. Get another goal. Try to keep it on their side. But then they went. It's like they crawled under a shell and they went back. Stupidest thing I ever saw. I was sitting right here. Look, I'm sitting right here. Look. All this time I'm sitting here holding this ball. I'm sitting here holding this ball. And they scored, yeah. And then all of a sudden everything's on their half of the field. And I'm like, what the hell are they doing? Like, no. Look, I was holding the whole second half. I had this ball in my hand. The whole second half, I had this ball in my hand. I didn't let go of this ball. The whole second half, I'm looking at the game and I'm holding this ball, and I'm like, and then finally, it bounced and it hit the TV. I was so pissed off at the second goal. I threw the ball, it hit off of that thing and it hit my TV. I thought I broke my TV. I was like, God damn it! Yeah. Yeah, the other thing, he lacked speed and energy after the goal, but yeah. Yeah, but they didn't substitute until it was too late. They substituted until it was too late. Because, okay, if you want to do defensive mode, if you're going to go back defensive mode, then sub. Yeah, I know. They haven't won since I was born. The year I was born, they haven't won since I was born. They haven't won since 66. That's the last time they won, 1966. So, yeah, I know. I know you could, like a bag of nerves. I know. Yeah, but that was really, oh my God. It was so intense. Welcome to watching England, the most frustrating soccer team you ever watched. Go figure on this, go why on this. I kept saying I was a bag of nerves. Yeah. But they had the game, man. It was just the coaching. Like, you had to keep attacking. They just switched philosophy. They were attacking. Remember Argentina? Remember the beginning of the Argentina was trying to get under their skin with all the little pettiness shit? That's the way Argentina is. They're dirty. Argentina's a dirty team. all this petty shit, and they were giving it back to them. They were giving it back to them. I was like, yeah, they were giving it back to them. They were giving it back to them. That's what I liked it about. I said, yeah, you know what? Give it back to them. And you know what I like? The referee was letting them play. He was letting them play. And Messi wasn't doing nothing. Messi wasn't doing anything. Yeah, they were tackling Messi. And then they scored the goal. And they should have kept on. And they didn't. That's what happened. All of a sudden, he flipped off the switch. He flipped off the switch on them. And that's what pissed me off. Like, you already bam, bam. And you're not taking, they're not taking no shit from Argentina. And the referee's not calling petty shit. You got them right where you want it. You scored on them, they rattled. The Argentina fans were quiet. By the way, I was watching a live stream too of another guy. And the fans were quiet. They were like, you took them out the game. They were out the game. But then they went into that stupid defensive mode crap. And they ruined it. They killed it. Mario DX, I could have done with a large beer you are drinking to calm my nerves. Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, I was watching that game. I wasn't drinking that day. But I would have been more pissed off. Anyway, I'm gonna root for Spain. But my heart is with Spain. But I think they're gonna win again. Here we call it parking the bus. That's negative defensive soccer. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work. I mean, you might get away with that, like you said, maybe at a club level team. But you're talking about the defending world champions. No, not gonna work. It already been proven the last couple of games they had to come back. They did it a couple of games in a row. They had to come back like that. You could never have enough goals. This mindset about, oh, I need to score 1 or 2 goals, and then say, no. You can never have enough goals. Against a team like Argentina, you have to keep scoring. You got to keep scoring. You have to keep pounding it. Because when you keep attacking, now they have to defend you. It's obvious. If you're attacking, they're defending you. So they can act, it's simple. But when you concede half of the field, and you sit back, now you're allowing them to take pot shots at the net. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah, every shot's on goal. Bing, bing, bing. And eventually they're gonna get in. They're gonna get in. It was driving me crazy. I was sitting here like, what is he doing? I'm screaming, what is he doing? What is he doing? Like, get back. Yeah. Don't be surprised the third playoff game tomorrow versus France, England. Well, I don't care about third place. I don't really care about third or fourth place. I never really cared about third or fourth place. Whatever, I don't care. Then on the final, that's it. I don't care. But yeah. It's like consolation game. Third or fourth place. Messi's going to get the golden boot. He's going to get the golden boot. Most likely he's going to get the golden boot. I mean, pretty much he's going to get the golden boot. I don't know. Is he still? Who's in the lead anyway? But I don't know if it's, well, they awarded to the leader. with the most goals in the World Cup, right? So even if it's a losing team, will they award it? I don't know who's anyway. But anyway, he's gonna play in the final, so especially if he gets a couple of goals or one goal, he'll get the goal. I think he'll get the golden boot anyway. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So don't be surprised in the third playoff game tomorrow versus France. England parks the bus again and it'll cost them. I mean, they had the best possible chance. Because they did at the 75th minute, and you could see, all suddenly the momentum was there. All they had to do was keep attacking. And then that he said parking the bus. They had to. Because when they scored that goal, I didn't relax. When they scored that goal, I said, oh boy, now is on. They're going to come back and score. I knew they were going to come back and score. But they made it easy for them to come back and score. Had they would have kept attacking now, it's different. That's my thing. Is like you already got there. You got the first goal. You got to keep attacking. If you go back and forth with goals, that's fine. But if you fall back and you don't even attack, now you're giving them half of the field. You're giving them half of the field to do what they want, pass around and take pot shots. Like, you're not gonna win that. It's just not gonna. It's horrible, horrible. I'm not even an expert on this, and I can tell you that's a horrible way to. And even if you're gonna do that, then sub in more defensive players. If you're gonna do that, then don't wait till you're down, 2-1. You start subbing. No, if you're gonna go into a defensive thing, then sub out whoever. Sub in more defenders. Yeah, so my God, all these multiple. Look at this, Minnesota. So Minnesota has wildfires too. Wow, it's crazy, man. These wildfires is crazy. Anyway, so Sunday's gonna be my last live stream for the summer. I'm gonna watch the World Cup. I'm gonna enjoy it no matter what. And listen, Argentina wins. Argentina wins. You know what? They deserve it. Congratulations. I guess they're on another level. They're on another level. They're not human right now. They don't care. They don't care about being down. Like, they don't care. They know they have the swagger. They have the swagger. They know they can come back on anybody. There's only one team that's left that's standing in their way of destiny, and that's Spain. And my heart is going with Spain, but I think, I think they're going to win. I think Argentina's going to win, and they'll be repeat champion. I don't know, last time there was a repeat champion was it Brazil? Last time a team repeat World Cup wins was Brazil, I think, right? Oh. So, they deserve it. They're a great team. And Messi's going to be the GOAT. I don't want to hear about Cristiano Ronaldo being the GOAT. I'm sorry. He never won one. He never won one. Messi's about to win 2. So we can forget about that argument. People talk about Ronaldo. No, sorry. Kill that argument. If he wins this one, that's it. I don't want to hear no Ronaldo fan saying. I don't want to hear that. And I think Messi, I think if they win this one, they can play another. I think he'll be back in 4 more years. Because he's younger than Ronaldo. Ronaldo's 41. Messi's what, 30? So he probably has 1 more. He might have 1 more in him if he wins this one. So they might go for 3. No, that's crazy. Yeah. Oh, let me turn this off. Actually, yeah, let me turn it off now. Damn, I had it running all this time, yo. Wow. Not smart, Danny. EXO travel. Is it called? This is Korean stuff. I don't watch this Korean stuff. All this Roku channel stuff. Some of these Roku commercials now. Martha Stewart. Ooh. Martha Stewart. Donald James Farley said, James, have you ever seen the Martha Stewart, the movie? The television movie that they made of her? Of course, you know what happened, right? When she went to federal prison. I remember that with the television movie. She went to federal prison, and they had like some kind of some contest. It was like a baking contest inside the prison, and she didn't win. She didn't win. So of course they said that they didn't want her to win in the prison because they were like, they wanted to teach her a lesson. Yeah. So she didn't win. I don't know if it was a baking contest or some. I don't know what the hell it was. I forgot. And she didn't win. And of course, the inmates, like she became like they looked up to her. The prisoners looked up to her. Like she was like gangster. You know what I mean by gangster? She earned the respect of the inmates. So they were like, she didn't win because they didn't want her to win. They were trying to stick it to her. That's what I found a new. When I saw that movie, I was like, wow, man. I really found a newfound respect for Martha Stewart. I was like, man, she gangster. She gangster. It was a bullshit case though. You know how many people, how easy it is to get inside info. It's not that hard, especially if you're famous. And by the way, inside info, back then there was no like right now we have social media and all that. Back then it was like for example when I worked at Business Wire, I had access to press releases before they came out in the news. I had to edit them before they were released to the news media. So I had the story first. So I could have easily, let's say I could have sold information to somebody. I could have said, by the way, I could have called somebody up and said, by the way, an hour from now, you're going to get this announcement about the quarterly earnings of the stock. It's going to be, I could tell you what, if it made money or lost money during the quarter, whatever. I knew about that ahead of time before the stock market, before it hit the stock market, before the news hit CNBC. I knew the information. So I could have, in other words, on the side, I could have bought stock. Or not in the money, I could have sold, like for example, a wife or whatever. I could have said, honey, the stock is gonna go up by this much. Buy some shares right now because it's gonna pop. Because they just announced this and this and this, and they made a profit of it. That's insider trading, right there. Because you know the information before it goes out to the public. That's insider trading. That's what she got convicted of. So somebody had to tip her off about the stock Inclone. It was a company called Inclone. So apparently she sold off Inclone before it was gonna. I guess because they had. It was like they had their stock was gonna plummet because they had a bad quarter or something. I forgot what it was. So she sold it before it tanked. But it really tanked. It didn't tank. It tanked. So that's what they hit it with. That's inside, they say. So the person that told her the info snitched her out, basically. Because this person that get the info was going to get hit hard. By the way, the person that gives out the info, they get hit harder. Because they get banned and all that. They get banned. And, because Cause when I got that job, I had to sign a disclosure agreement that this information had to stay here. If I profit from this information, I can get prosecuted by the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission. So I had to sign disclosure agreements and all that. So I knew. So when I was getting those stories, I will see like, this company is about to announce this product, and I knew about it before, like an hour. I would get it like an hour or two before it would come out. Because I had to edit. I had to edit the story. I had to convert the document. It was like a plain text file. I had to convert it into a Word document. I would do all it, and then I would give it to the editors. Or I'll give it to the editor, and they would proofread it with me, and then they would release it. It goes as a press release. Like AP Newswire, PR Newswire, Business Wire, Associated Press. They release it. When they release it, then all the television cable media picks it up. That's how it goes. It goes from company sends it to the company that I work for, Business Wire. We edit the story, what they want. And we have to, they tell us the time to release it. It could be, by the way, the time could be after 4 o'clock or before the opening bell. If it says for immediate release, that means immediate. So, I had that info. Like, and I never profit from it. Because I already knew that, if you do that, you go to jail. That's federal law. But somebody probably told her, listen, you need to sell that stock right now because it's going to tank. And if you don't sell it, you're going to be holding worthless shares. That's what happened. That was, in a nutshell, that's what happened. So she sold it. Dumped that shit. But the person that sold it, because she could have said right there, listen, I'm not interested, blah, 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 blah. But the person that he got caught, or she got caught, I forget who it was, she had to rat her out. Because, by the way, they didn't care. By the way, that's the other thing. They didn't care about the person that gave her the information. They wanted a big fish. They wanted her face. You know, that's what it was, right? You know, whoever was a district attorney or the U.S. attorney, he was going to get the headline. Yeah, I put away Martha Stewart. So even though she just sold it, the guy, the person that fed her the info, he got immunity. I think he got immunity or something. Or he had to do nothing. He got a slap on the wrist. But he had to testify against her. Because that's what they wanted. They wanted the big fish. They wanted a famous person to make an example. They wanted to knock off the pedestal. But it backfired because she came back and she became bigger. She actually, it backfired on her because she went to prison. She came back. She became bigger. She's like a billionaire now. She's like a billionaire. Whatever. So yeah. So Mary Dean says he's back. Okay. Yeah. So Martha Stewart, you know, that was a whole. They went after her because they just wanted to, you know, they wanted to go after a famous person and make an example out of them. But a lot of people do that inside this shit. You'd be surprised how many people do that shit. I could have done it. You know, I could have told somebody, listen, I'm going to give you this info. You need to buy me X amount of shares because this thing is at a pop. And then, same thing. Oh, dude, they got bad earnings. Yeah, sell it right now. Sell it before it goes down 20%. Sell it. Yeah. But, you know, that's illegal. You're not supposed to do that because that's like, you know. That's like, you know, the hands. It's like poker. You already know who the hands in front of you, what they're holding. That's what you're doing. You already know what you know, because any story can affect the price of a stock. Anything can affect the price of a stock. If they got a bad quarter, if they got a good quarter, the stock can go up. You know, things like that. Mary DX, by the way, I think there's a way now to connect the AB receiver to FMDX as a web server. I'm still looking at it. Wow, that'd be cool. Well, over here they do have HD radio, but the problem with the HD radio, you need to have your FM. You need to have one TF radio, and then you need to have simultaneously. You need to run this thing for the HD decoder. So you got to run two radios. So this does the HD decoding, and this one is the FMDX web server. But you have to have these two running. The software, you know, I mean, I seen the Miami server do it. It looks pretty good, but I don't want to do it because it's just, you know. But when you run an SDR as an FMDX web server, it's a hassle. You have to run virtual serial port emulating. You have to run virtual audio cable for this. You have to run SDR Sharp in the background with this, with the plugin, the XDRD plugin for SDR Sharp. So you have to run 4 different programs just to have this running. And if you're going to do HD, you have to have this running and this running, and then the software combines the two to turn it into an HD radio. So I say I'm not doing that. That's crazy. But anyway, my radio, like I said, after the end of the month, I'm gonna probably be done with it for the summer. Even though my last live stream is gonna be Sunday. World Cup live stream is gonna be my last live stream for the summer. I'm still gonna have the FNDX web server on and off until probably until August, maybe the second week of August, and then I'll shut it down for the rest of it because I want to revamp this studio. I'm gonna do that after September. I want to revamp the studio. So. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's not, because the sound, obviously. But yeah, there is some copyrights issue with that. Yeah. Plus, when I had the SPI as an FMDX web server, compared to this one is even going to be less. But this one is much better on FM. It does pick up the RDS quicker and all that. This radio is going to struggle with RDS. It's going to struggle with RDS. The SPI, when I had the SPI as an FMDX web server, that one also was the same thing. It struggled with RDS. So yeah, if you're going to get HD radio, it's not going to be the best receiving HD radio because of the limitation for this. The HD radio is not going to be like, So that's why I'm not doing it. It's just too much. Yeah. Remember but I take it that the sound output is not actually. No, I don't think it is. I mean, when I heard it, first of all, when I heard it, I was just using the regular stock computer speaker, but I couldn't tell the difference. So, and also your HD radio is as good as the antenna. Because like I said the other day, there's a threshold for HD radio. You have, for example, let's start with this radio. But let's say any HD radio. You have regular FM signal, not stereo, FM signal. So you get your FM signal. FM stereo is a notch above that, right? Stronger signal, you get FM stereo. So you get RDS, now you got to have a stronger signal to get RDS. Right? To get HD radio, you got to have the strongest possible FM radio signal to invoke the HD lock and all that. To get the HD lock and display the text and get the sub channels, your signal got to be super strong. So, when you're doing tropo or you're doing sporadic key, you're lucky if you get RDS. You're lucky if you get RDS. HD lock, I don't with this radio, tropo, WHYY out of Philly, I never got an HD lock. I get RDS, but not an HD lock. Because that signal, that's a higher threshold of signal. That's a higher threshold. Is above RDS. To get an HD lock, you gotta have a strong. It has to be a strong. You gotta have a strong locked in signal. So that's why yeah. So yeah, so shortwave I compare radio station like HD, like an HD versus analog. If analog sounded better, yeah, there is some digital compression. There's some digital compression also. Nowadays, I think for this DAB web server to work, it needs a specific tuner, which the creator of the TEF firmware mod is selling. I might get it anyway. I don't know anything about the DAB because obviously, my case is not interested in it because they just don't have DAB over here. But yeah, the shortwave archive FCC requires HD signal to be lower power than analog signal to prevent splatter. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, but well, again, if that's the case, then again for DXing, that's going to be harder then to get an HD signal. Like you know, because like I said, when it's sporadic, whatever, if you can get it RDS, that's pretty good already, and RDS for a while. But for HD, you need a strong signal. I mean, it has to be. This HD radio right here with the same antenna. Not every station comes in HD lock. It takes a while. And this is a great HD radio. My locals that are HD, it takes a while to lock in. And it doesn't lock in all the time. With a 4-element Yagi pointed to New York City, it doesn't lock in all the time. So it's not as easy as it seems to lock it in. Yeah. If all if all this is possible, then I will let you know. Tune away, as you know, as I know you like the. Yeah, I love the AB. I wish we had that here. I wish we had the AB. But over here, that frequency is the TV band. See, that frequency from 175 to 220, that's occupied by we got television band and all that. We have the TV band, like television channels, and then analog audio and stuff like that. So, and I don't know what's the purpose of it, to be honest. Now, why is it still there? I know I did some reading the other day. I know that they experimented the AB in Canada, but it didn't catch on, unfortunately. So they did experiment with it in Canada, DAB. I did not know that. I was just, I think I put it on the search, and it says, yeah, they did try it in Canada, but it didn't catch on. It fell out of favor for FM HD. So it was tried, at least in Canada. So, yeah. Shortwave archive. This is why you need a really strong sensory coding. Yeah, it has to be the highest possible signal, because that's the order it is. Regular FM analog, just FM reception, then FM stereo to get the stereo. Same thing with SDR. Same with your receiver. You get FM stereo, you get the stereo light. Stereo light pops on suddenly. So it's not FM mono, it's FM stereo. Then RDS, if available. RDS. Then HD. That's the highest possible, So yeah, it's not, but also HD is proprietary patent. So these people that are doing it, yeah, they're doing it, but the person that's writing the code, don't be surprised that one day they get a cease and desist. I'm just saying, one day don't be surprised that they get a cease and desist order for HD radio, because the HD radio with the logo all that's a trademark. It's a patent. Is ubiquity. Ubiquity Networks or something. Ubiquity, I forgot. They own that. That's why, for example, there's only a few radio makers that make HD radios. It's not like Texan makes HD radios. No, Sangean makes it because they have I guess they bought the license. They have like the, you know, I guess they pay the copyright whatever to make HD radios. Sony doesn't make HD radios anymore, so it's just Sangean, and I don't know what other companies make HD radios now. Sony doesn't make them anymore. I have an Insignia radio here that made HD radio, but they're no longer making the radio now. So I think it's just Sangean and maybe another company I don't know of. That's it. I don't know who the car makers are that are making the HD radio. I don't know who they are, but that's it. So it's not like every radio maker is making HD radio. They can't. It's a licensing thing. You understand? It's a copyright. The whole thing's copyright. The HD brand. It's like a brand. Now, UAB is not, DAB is not that way. I don't think it's owned by a particular, I think DAB is not owned by a particular, what about this one? Isn't there? Yeah, but I think that's discontinued, no? I think all the Sonys now, they got out that market. But these are older. All these radios are old. They're like 10 years old and all that. I think they don't make any more new HD radios. I think they got out the market. Yeah, Ubiquity or Ubiquity. I thought it was Ubiquity. Anyway, Ubiquity, whatever. Yeah, they have to pay. Okay, yeah, and stations can broadcast an HD1 signal, but if you add like the sub channels, and they have to. Oh, okay, so the sub channels. Oh, okay. So the sub channels. Yeah, it's like TV. I think TV does the same thing. That's the same thing with what they're trying to do with the C. Yeah. Okay, yes, I think it's discontinued. Yeah, it is. Yeah, they don't make anymore. These are all older. Even the top of the line, the Sony one, the one you mentioned, that's like $400 on eBay. Those are all discontinued. These are all older models. Yeah. Remember, they say here in the UK, DAB band frequency was used more for utilities, but they have gone now, and DAB has fully matured. Okay. Yeah, over here, the frequency is mostly, I think, there is some new. That's above the weather band. That's above the 2-meter band. Excuse me. So yeah. Showwave Archive. If we had DAB in the US, I would hope media companies could come together and to have 1 or 2 transmitters that could. Yeah. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Not going to happen anytime soon. Unless we lose a lot of FM and medium wave, maybe there might be a push toward that. But right now, I don't see it happening. That's just my opinion. I don't see DAB happening. I don't see it happening. Remember this, the F1 HD is an excellent FMDX radio, although from what I've seen, I almost pulled the plug on it once, even if I have to import one. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a great radio. But this particular one for FMDXing, it's pretty good. But of course, this one, the only problem, see, it goes back to the bandwidth, the automatic bandwidth thing. This one is just too wide. You know, it's just too wide. Of course, because of HD radio and whatnot. So yeah, it's too wide. So, and by the way, there's times that sporadically, for example, right? This radio is picking up, you know, whatever. This radio is struggling. They share the same antenna. Right here, the switch. The splitter. They share the same antenna. But this radio is locking in, like, station from Iowa. What this one, you can't hear it. You can't hear it. This one locking in, you can hear it. This one you can't hear it. It's happened to me a couple of times. So it's not, you know, the comparison between two, yeah, it's not, you know. It's a great radio, but it's not the TF. The TF is still way ahead. I picked up signals on the TF. When I put it on the same frequency here, you can still hear it, but it's not locked in like here. Here it's locked in. Like RDS locked in. The audio is locked in. This one, you can barely hear the audio. So that's why, yeah. Yeah. That dynamic bandwidth is that's what makes it the dynamic bandwidth. This one can't do that. It's fixed. It's just, it can't do it. It can't do it. So that's why I switch. No, I don't switch, but you know, when I'll turn on this one and put on the same frequency, and I'll put the volume up, and not the same. Not the same. So yeah. Shortwave archive. I find it interesting that DAB was invented with the hope that it would replace FM in 5 or so years. Yeah, but over here it's not gonna happen anytime soon. Over here things move a lot slower than Europe. You know, it moves a lot slower. People in America don't like rapid change. They just don't care for it. So that stuff is not gonna, you know. All right, take care, my Red DX. I think I'm gonna sign off too in a couple of minutes, unless James Farley comes back in and he wants to talk for a little bit. Shortwave, I had trouble FMDXing. My first and last e-skip was 2023. Maybe it's cause. Maybe because I only use whip antennas on my radio. I don't know. Maybe because for a couple of years before I did this setup, I'll give you my example. Let me turn on the AC. Wow, it's can I get you warm in here? I'll give you my example, and everybody witnessed this one. Shortwave archive. It took this setup to get my first sporadic e-catch. I mean, I had one before, but that was like an anomaly. But here we go. I did a couple of things. One, like a couple of years ago, I tried to set up a radio like the PRD12 telescoping whip, and hooked up another radio to it with a recorder. I tried all that. It didn't work. I couldn't catch anything. Plus, I just couldn't. And then when I got this radio, I actually started with my Sangean. My Sangean receiver, that one was very, that when I hooked it up to an outdoor antenna, in other words, what happened to me was I had to hook up an outdoor antenna. I mean, you can catch with a whip because these guys do it. T-Ray 972, he does everything with this telescoping whip. For me, that was I couldn't catch anything like that. Now I can because now I know what frequency. But back then I just wanted to catch anything. So for me, it was the external antenna. I started getting my first tropo. Like Philly. I live near New York City. I was getting Philly stations. Almost 100 miles away. So I'm like, okay, wow, this is cool. This is cool. And then my SDR with an external antenna again. No, that one was with the folded dipole, with the wire dipole. That one, but again, now that one's an anomaly, but it got me. But what really did it was this radio. It was this radio, the TF. I really believe that any other radio I wouldn't pick up like this radio. It's just this radio is a magnet. I can't explain it. This radio is a freaking magnet when it comes to FM DXing. This radio. With an external antenna, you're gonna get it no matter why. Especially like when like for example, like in Discord, everybody's already posting. Oh, I'm getting this. I just turn on the radio, put on the frequency that I wanna. That I know I get. Because I already been doing it for 2 years now. So I usually put on 91.3. That's the frequency that I get. If it's gonna come in, it's gonna be there, and it just comes in. So, so for me, I'm gonna say that in my setup, this radio with the FMDX web server on this computer, what I'll do is when conditions are like that, what I do is I put the admin lock on mine because I don't want nobody there tuning it. I'll put it on in my case, it's 91.3. That's my frequency. That's my go-to frequency. I'll put it there, and I just sit back and let it play. I got the speaker up on the computer. I let it play. Sometimes I could be upstairs doing the dishes, whatever, and I hear it. I'll run down here, and I hit that OBS. I hit my OBS record, and I'm recording my catch. Bam, just like that. And sometimes it'll, right there, I'll go from there to another station, or I got my switch. I can switch antennas, so I'll switch it to, and I can hit. But most of the time, sporadic key, when you get it, all three antennas gonna pick it up. It's rarely that I get a sporadic key and all three antennas won't pick it up. So when you get sporadic key, any antenna is gonna pick it up. But out of the three, I noticed the antenna that picks it up the most is going to be the better antenna, which is the 4-element. The 4-element is out of the three of them, the 4-element is the best antenna I have. It's the biggest one. It's the one that's 4-element. The 3-element one is totally pointing in a different direction. It will still pick it up, but not as strong as the 4-element. And then the omnidirectional one will pick it up too, but again, not as strong as the 4-element. So you got to find that. You got to find that frequency that you already caught a few, and you got to park it there, and that's it. And wait, that's it. And I live next to New York City. My band is crowded. I tried 88.1. I just don't get anything 88. I tried, a lot of other frequencies. For me, my success rate is high on 91.3. And I do got a station there, but it's a low power station in Poughkeepsie. So 91.3 is my go-to frequency. My second go-to frequency is 97.5, even though I get Long Island. But that one, with sporadically, is really good. That one will change like crazy. 97.5. It just there's a whole bunch of stations that I pick up at 97.5. But 91.3 is my go-to frequency here. That one, if you look at my library of FMDXing, most of them are 91.3 FM. That's my go-to frequency. And I don't have a choice because I live New York City, right there. So, you know, some people that live further out, like in Idaho, whatever, they got like half of the band that's empty. They can pick a whole bunch. I can't do that. So my go-to frequency is 91.3. That's what works for me. That's the one that I have success. I call Florida 91.3. I call Texas. I call Oklahoma, Iowa, Michigan, you know, Alabama. I call all that at 91.3. The others I call stuff too. But 91.3 is the one that I set it and forget it. When conditions are like, I leave it there and let it, you know, that's what I do. That's what I need to do is say, show where park on a frequency and wait. Yeah, that's especially, you know, you got a crowded band. In my case, that band is still a station, but it's very low power station from Poughkeepsie. It's a college station, but that one easily gets gobbled up when sporadic key comes in. So that's why. So I got that one. There's a few more, but my go-to one, number one, is 91.3 here. 91.3. That's my go-to frequency right now. And then I'll start dialing once I get 91.3 locked in and I got I got to record and all that, then I'll tune the dial. I'll go to, after 91.3, I'll go straight to 97.5. Boom. Sometimes I get something there, sometimes I don't. Then I go to another one I try sometimes, 87.9. That's another one that I tried. I got in a few at 87.9. So in my case, 87.9, I'll get something there sometime. 106.1 now. 106.1 is starting to be another go-to frequency for me now. You see, as I'm getting more experience, I got a couple of more go-tos. But my number one is 91.3. That's my number one here. 97.3. I mean, 91.3. I said 91.3. And then is 97.5. I got some big catches at 97.5. Like Texas. I got Texas. I got Florida Station at 97.5. So I got some good ones on 97.5. 89.7. I got a couple of good ones on that one too. So I got a couple of frequencies that I could go to. I could go to when conditions are really. And then sometimes I go down the dial. I'll just tune the dial, and sometimes you may get one. You could get one anywhere. But those are you got to have a go-to frequency. And you know, this is my second season doing FMDXing. And I'm building up a little playlist. I got about 40 videos now. But yeah, you know, yeah, I know what to look for when it's really hot and humid. Right now, I know some people don't. You know, if I go to FMDX, sometimes it's not posted there that it's sporadic. That doesn't stop me. I still put it on 91.3. I'll leave it there, and it'll still come in. Anyway, let me read these comments here, and Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And shortwave archive. A lot of people just don't know about it. It's not forgotten. It's just a lot of people don't know about HD radio, or they don't really care. A lot of people just listen to streaming. A lot of people listen to streaming, and that's what it is. A lot of people don't know about it. They don't care about it. Shortwave archive is harder for me since it's dry here in Colorado. Tropo is rare, and I have to wait for East Kid. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Matthew says the whole FM radio is packed. Well, yeah, I see it too, but like I said, I still find 91.3, It's packed, but it's not impossible. What I'm trying to say is it's packed, but it's not impossible. Because I do it. I'm proof that you can still do it. I'm proof of that. It just, you gotta find that one or two frequencies that you can really leave it there and you'll pick up something. When conditions are like that, you will pick up something. Believe me, you will pick it up. But having a radio like this really helps. Trying another radio, it might help, but this one really makes it easier because it's so sensitive. This radio is so sensitive, you know. Tom's River is packed. Yeah, oh, you live in Tom's River. Okay, yeah, it's pretty packed. South Jersey, there's a lot of stations. But it's not impossible. Shortwave archive, I got Denver, Northern Colorado, Cheyenne markets, super crowded as well. My 2023 luck was under 93.7, which FM translators there. Yeah. Matthew says, you think HD radio will be the future radio? It's been around for a long time. It's just like he said, a lot of people just don't listen to it because they don't care for FM or whatever. This generation now is everything is streaming. So, Matthew says you still catch the rap stations not looking good for mainstream rap. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Streaming, most people my age are streaming music. I could ask my friend, 2 out of 25 will say radio. Yeah, and not a lot of people listen to radio, physical tuning the dial radio station. A lot of them are just stream. They have streaming apps like Spotify. A lot of people use Spotify for their music. So, things like that. Matthew says, how do you catch FM stations across the states? The gray one, I live in Rhode Island, actually. No, you just got to, for FMDXing, you just got to, and by the way, it can happen at night too. Like right now, it's 2:55 in the morning. I can put it on 91.3 and see if I'm picking up something right now. Let me see. Right now, it's playing music, but right now, I think that's my local. That's the one that picks up normally. Although it sounds pretty clear, that could be a DX. But of course, I got to turn it off because of copyright. And the problem is I can't play too long because of copyright. But right now, music is coming in on 91.3. But that could be the local station from up there, WVKR. But I could check up on it on the server, see if I get the RDS. Right now, nobody's on the server, so let me check right now. Let me see. If I go to my FM, it's coming in pretty clear. Let me check. 91.3. Let me press play. This is the antenna. Oh, I had it on the west antenna all the time. Look at the screen. Oh, they're ringing. Yeah, that sounds like them. Yeah, that sounds like WVKR. They're playing jazz. That sounds like that's the local station now. So yeah. So Matthew, how do you catch FM station across the state? Well, you have to do two things. One, you could join one of those FMDX uh, groups or whatever. I have this. Let me see. Let me open up my software. If you go to FM, for example, when you go to this website, when you go to that website, right? If you look at the right hand column, they have links. They have links that'll show you the map, where's the activity going on. But you could also just look at the messages right there in the middle. It says, I'll read it to you. So right now it says sporadic E status, EU up to 95 megahertz, reported as of 3 minutes ago. NA, that's North America, up to 92 megahertz. Last reported 58 minutes ago. So that means, say we're in North America, right? So right now there is some sporadic E in North America up to 92 megahertz. So that tells you right there that there is some activity going on right now, because some people reported it. It's a community-driven thing. See, the data is from FMList. The data is from fmlist.org. So that's the website that people report to if they caught anything, sporadic. Okay? So when you go to a website like this, you look at the sporadic E status, it'll tell you that's the first notice that you should be paying attention. Okay. So right now there's sporadic E up to 92 megahertz in North America. Now there's more. If you the upper links will tell you more specific where, but you can start already tuning up to 92 megahertz on an open frequency, and you might get something. So you can start with that. So you can start with that. You go to a website like that, and it tells you right there. It tells you, okay, in North America right now, there is sporadic E up to 92 megahertz. So now you go to your radio and find a frequency that's open up to 92 megahertz, and you should be able to start hearing stuff. You'll see like crackling. There's a low power station there. You're not gonna hear it now because all of a sudden you're gonna hear something else, or you'll hear it phasing in and out. That's already telling you, okay, there's something going on here. You got to go to these websites, because that's a community thing. People are going in there and saying, okay, I caught this here. They're not telling you to pay attention. So, yeah. Okay, there you go. See, no, 92.3, you're not going to get, because that's 10-10 wins. That's a strong station. You're not going to get nothing there. You can try 92.1. You can try 92.5. You could try lower. You could go lower. But 92.3 is 10-10 wins. That's strong. You know, that's always there. 92.3, you're not gonna get any because that's 10-10 wins. That's a local station that's strong. But yeah, you could you go there, you tune down 92.3, 92.1, like that. 91.5, 91.3. You see what I'm saying? So you gotta go, you know. Now, by the way, you can go above it too. I done that. Just because it says 92 megahertz, I sometimes, at least I know there's activity going on. I'll tune up. I'll find something else. But remember, that was reported 58 minutes ago, but that changes. It could be the whole band. It could be the whole band now. Or it could be lower, you know. So you got to use that. Use that. You got to use that information all the time. You have to check that every day, multiple times. Because it changes. It changes. And it doesn't have to be daylight. It could be at 3 in the morning. It could be at 11 o'clock in the morning. It could be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sporadic can come at any time. It can come at any time. All right? Yeah. So Shortwave Archive said, this is helpful. I've been looking for FMDX website. Yeah, so you can also join the community. They have a Discord. They have a, you can, by the way, you can join my Discord. we mentioned it there. You can join my Discord. We have all that in there. Keegan the Xer is always posting all that stuff there. Like when there's like, he'll put the map up and he'll show all that. So, you know, you could join my Discord for that. You could join their Discord. Or you could join all of them. But yeah, you use that information too. You know. So I hope I got you started. I hope I got you on the right track for that. Yeah, it's 10-10 wins. What happened to the AM stations? I don't know. 92 Pro FM is over here in Rhode Island. Yeah, but when it says up to 92, you can go 90. You can go. You can start at 87. I'm 97. 90. That's not commercial. 88.1 up to 92. That's what it's saying. When it says up to 92, that means sporadic is going on through the whole thing. From 92 below. Okay, so you don't have to go on 92. You can go on 88.1 or 88.5 or 88.7 or whatever, you know. They're just saying that the maximum usable frequency is 92 megahertz. That's what they're saying. You understand? So you don't have to go on 92. It's up to 92. So you can go 88.1 and try that. Whatever's empty, 88.7, 88.9, 90.1, 90.3, 90.5, 90.7, 90.9, you know, 91.1, 91.3. 91.5, 91.7, 91.9. You see? So, yeah. So yeah, you can do that. Four hours and 56 minutes in the books. Yeah, it's a low power station up here. Valhalla 88.1. It's a low power. I forgot what the call sign is. Anyways, Valhalla, it's not far from here. It's a low power station. You can hear it. It's a college. I forgot what college. It's a college station. Yeah, 94.7 over here is the block. My band is crowded. It's crowded. You can try 80. If you want to try my radio, you can try 89.7. You can try that one. You can try 89.7. Right now, you can try 89.7. You might get, I got in Boston on that one. I got in Tropo from Albany on that one. I got in Florida on 89.7. I got in Alabama on 89.7. So, you know, on my radio, you can try 89.7. I tried that one. 91.3. I think 90.5 you can try. 90.5, I caught a few at 90.5. 90.7, that's Fordham University. That's strong. You're not going to hear. But 90.5, I believe you can try that one. On my radio, you can try that one. So, you know, you got to know the frequencies in your area. Yeah, because right now it's probably not much going on over here. Earlier it was okay. But the last couple of days, I haven't got really. The last couple of days here, I haven't gotten no sporadic key. Only some tropo. I only got some tropo. Now, tropo is easier to get tropo if you have a good antenna and you know, because tropo is basically 100 miles and from 100 to 200 miles or something like that, more or less, like 75 to 200 miles. That means if you still got a good antenna, you can point at it, generally you can still pick up. Like my antenna, I can still pick up Philly. If you put 90.9 on my radio, you could probably hear Philly right now. But that's tropo. That's not sporadic key. Sporadic key is coming from way far. That's a whole different thing. But tropo, I can pick that up because of my antenna. So my antenna is a good antenna. So I get every day. Every day I can get Philly. Every day I get, like that station in Philly, I can pick it up almost every day because of my antenna. My antenna is pretty high and it's a good antenna, and I'm pointing it basically into Philly. So I'm it's more me creating it. Well, you know, because I'm pointing right at it. But sporadic key, you don't have control of that. That's more, it just comes. It might, by the way, it might come in for a few minutes and go away. You might get it for a couple of hours. I got in sporadic key for like an hour or two. Or at least an hour. Sometimes I got it for like an hour, maybe 2 hours. Sometimes you may get it for 5 minutes. And that's it. Gone. Gone, just like that. Gone. So, you know, you gotta know the difference. The sporadic key is more what you see there in the thing. But tropo, you can do that by putting your antenna much higher. Tropo is more like you can really, if you put your antenna really high, the higher the better. If you want to get like more, if you want to get easy like Tropo and all that. When I say easy, I mean, in my case, Philly, I get more Philly stations now because I got the antenna on the roof and it's pointed toward Philadelphia, Jersey Shore. So I get all those stations sometimes. I get like Atlantic City stations. We said Tom's River. I picked up stations along there, all the way here. Philly, because of my antenna, the way it's set up. Yeah, Philly, New Jersey, I pick up stations. When Tropo is really good, I'll get multiple Philly stations. I'll get 106.1 from Philly. I picked up Boston on the back end of the antenna. I picked up WGBH. 89.7, I picked up WGBH. I haven't got it this year. Last year I picked it up. I haven't got it this year so far. So last year I got WGBH like almost, I was getting it almost every night. But this year so far I haven't got WGBH yet. But last summer I was getting it almost every night. WGBH. That was my almost everyday Tropo. WGBH. But I moved the antenna, so I think maybe that is enough for that. But last year I was getting that like at this time I was picking up WGBH. We're just coming in for at least a couple of hours. It would come in really nice and loud, and like they would play jazz or whatever. NPR station. So, yeah. But I haven't got it this year. This year I have not picked it up yet. I may rotate the antenna and point it up to Connecticut, Massachusetts, see if I get it. But I'll wait till like maybe in a few more weeks. I'll probably, But yeah. Shortwave archive. 88.1 is CPR Colorado Public Radio Classical for me, yeah. Matthew says country music isn't really big in New York. Really big New York for radio market. Yeah. Matthew says Rhode Island radio is becoming a news fest. Yeah, said nothing so far. How many analog stations did you catch back then? I was never a TVDXer because I didn't know about that stuff when I was young. I didn't know anything about the hobby when I was a kid. I didn't know anything about TVDXing. I wish I would have known, but I was young, Yeah. And he says clear nights or days antenna signal gets stronger. Yeah. But FM is, is, if you put an antenna pretty high enough and you point it in the general direction, you will at least definitely get some Tropo. Sporadically, that can come at any time. That's more, you have to pay attention to those things, to those bulletins. When they say, oh, we got sporadic activity over here, okay, I need to turn on my radio now and put it on this station and leave it there. You have to leave it there and let it, and it'll come in. It'll come in and you got your phone ready, you record it, and then it'll go away. And then you'll be like, okay, now I got a video and you got to record it. And it's nice when you see the RDS. That's why I like this radio for that, because you'll see the RDS, which is better. So you gotta leave it on. You gotta leave it on, All right, I'm gonna sign off now. I've been on for 5 hours and 6 minutes. I'm gonna Be out for another hour. I'm gonna listen to music now. I'm gonna relax. I think James Farley went to sleep. So anyway, thank you for watching. My next live stream will be Sunday, about an hour before the World Cup final. And that'll be my last live stream of the summer. Then I'll take a break until after Labor Day, most likely. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys on my last live stream for the summer on Sunday. Have a great day. Have a great day. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.